participants sitting at the back to please come forward. I request all the participants who are seated. Here today. Climate resilience is defined as the capacity of social, economic, and ecosystems to cope with a hazardous event or trend or disturbance. This is done by responding or reorganizing in ways that maintain their essential function, identity, and structure while also maintaining the capacity for adaptation, learning, and transformation. The key focus of this session is to deliberate on increasing climate resilience and to reduce the climate vulnerability that communities, states and countries currently have with regards to the many effects of climate change through knowledge sharing, multilateral and international engagements, and raising awareness amongst CSOs, policy influencers, academicians, the public and youth. We look forward to achieving the C20 India 2020 vision of being the light. Let me humbly welcome all the distinguished dignitaries to this session. Please welcome Professor Vinod Menon, founder member, NDMA and a C20 SRC Working Group Coordinator. Let's have a round of applause, please. We also welcome Ms. Virginia Jameson, Deputy Secretary for Climate and Working Lands at California Department of Food and Agriculture, United States of America, who is joining us online today. Dr. K.S. Kosalikar, Head Climate IMD, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Dr. Tariq Rashid, Vice President and Chief Technical Officer of Civil Zoology, LLC, United States of America. Ms. Shruti Sharma, Policy Analyst, India Country Program, International Institute for Sustainable Development. And also Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, Provost of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Vinod Menon, the chair for this session. Professor Menon has over 34 years of experience in several multidisciplinary public policy areas: disaster management, disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, public administration and sustainable development concerns, training needs assessment, design development, implementation and evaluation of training programs. He has been a member of the High Park Committee on Disaster Management Plans set up by the Government of India in 1999. Professor Menon is the Regional Director of Asia, the International Emergency Management Society, for the next 3 years, and President of Red R India for the next 5 years, and also an adjunct professor at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham and advisor of the Amrita School of Sustainable Development. I would now like to invite the chair, Professor Vinod Menon, to take over the session. But before that, I would also like to make a small announcement. This discussion is being live streamed on the website amrita.link. It is also available on the YouTube channel amrita.link/SRC1. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome all the delegates to the plenary session 1.1 on climate resilience. And we have a very distinguished panel of resource persons, 2 of them actually online, and the others are here. And first, I'm very happy to welcome and introduce Ms. Virginia Jameson, Deputy Secretary for Climate and Working Lands at the California Department of Food and Agriculture. She's joining from California at 2 a.m. Early morning. So very happy that she's actually able to join us, even though it's an odd hour for her. She holds a dual master's degree in International Affairs, Natural Resources and Sustainable Development from the American University School of International Service and the United Nations University of Peace. And she has actually a lot of experience working with non-profits and also with government in the field of public administration, climate resilience, conservation of agricultural land, smart growth, resilience building, climate change adaptation. And I'm sure that her intervention will be extremely valuable. So may I request Ms. Virginia to kindly initiate her intervention. Thank you. Sorry, you muted.
Hello. Not sure, but I'm honored to be here with you this morning, late at night for me. Thank you very much for inviting me to join you. I do deeply wish that I was there with you in person. Today, I'd like to speak to you about some successes that we're having in California building climate in hopes that it will inspire you for your work today. These successes are being driven by local communities with support from state government. In California, the last decade has been a very challenging one in terms of climate change. We've had extremely serious wildfires, a drought that's lasted more than 7 years, only to end this winter in a series of torrential downpours that have caused flooding and snowstorms that left unprecedented snowpack in the mountains, which is now melting and flooding cities and counties and farmland in Central California. While everybody has been impacted by these events, it is the communities that are disadvantaged and historically under-resourced that are disproportionately experiencing the impacts of climate change. Those communities are often located in our hottest, driest parts of our state and are either very rural or have so much pavement and green space that they lack the resiliency to deal with these difficult conditions. The same conditions and historic actions often perpetrated by the government have also led to these communities often not having the resources, plans, and relationships in place to address climate vulnerabilities. At the same time, we also have tremendous opportunities from state and federal government budgets to recover, transform, and adapt resilience measures to the tune of $100 billion coming from sources such as the Inflation Reduction Act. Governor Newsom's administration has a policy called California for All, and the idea behind it is that every person can achieve a better life regardless of where they start out. This means that equity is centered in all we do. For example, any budget proposal that we write as government agencies trying to get funds has to address the question of how the program or policy affects equity. Our collective goals of equity across the state call on us to make sure that funds are getting to the communities most impacted to be able to take advantage of these investments and center community voices in implementing projects. An important tenet of this work is that a project funded by the state should be developed by and with communities, and that technical assistance and capacity building are key to ensuring communities have the opportunity and the support to access state and federal resources in accordance with their unique needs. One of the grant programs we have that I'd like to tell you about today is a Transformative Climate Communities program, which funds projects that address economic development, climate, and equity all at once. The Transformative Climate Communities program, also called TCC, exemplifies state-funded and hyper-locally led change. The program is focused on infrastructure, affordable housing, community engagement, and equity all at once, and is focused on areas of 1,200 hectares. To date, the program has invested over $230 million in 26 communities, and when the projects are fully implemented, it is estimated that they will result in a reduction of 261,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So we know that community-based cross-sector solutions are urgently needed and necessary to meet our climate goals. TCC does these things, bringing together different city departments, community members, and non-governmental organization partners together to execute multifaceted projects that include a host of elements, as I mentioned, from affordable housing projects, but to things like electric bus purchases, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, urban tree planting, energy efficiency in homes, and plans to avoid the displacement of residents as neighborhoods that are improved become more attractive to wealthier newcomers. Whereas in the past in the state, each one of these projects might have been planned for and implemented in isolation, now we are asking communities, what suite of projects works for you? What would you like to see in your local area? And then integrated, these types of investments decrease greenhouse gas emissions while contributing towards vibrant, healthy, and equitable communities across the state. What's unique about this program, and what other programs in California have started to replicate, is that the projects are community-led and focused on the transformation of historically marginalized neighborhoods. The program funds climate infrastructure projects that promote climate resilience following a robust cross-sectoral and community engagement process. The program is unique in that it's aimed at fostering civic engagement, increasing employment opportunities, and as I said, avoiding displacement. After 5 years of program implementation, we have identified a set of drivers behind the program's early successes that I'd like to share with you today. The first is a collaborative stakeholder structure that oversees planning and implementation. The program requires that any community that applies for a grant has to oversight committee that governs the TCC implementation, and not only project partners, but also residents of the community and other stakeholders like non-governmental organizations. In this structure, community members and partners work hand in hand to figure out how to catalyze and transform their spaces to meet climate goals and build their community's climate resilience. How this has played out is that many TCC communities have undergone historic co-planning efforts that have community groups at the same table as local agencies and developers, rather than a top-down approach where projects are built by all participants. Another element is the communities designing multi-benefit projects. TCC's authorizing statute and program framework asks projects not only to meet GHG reduction goals, but also to provide environmental, economic, and public health benefits to residents. The key impact of this requirement is that communities are empowered to design projects that meet multiple community goals at once. And furthermore, the communities have flexibility to design the projects that are going to work for them. An example is the City of Stockton's workforce development training programs, which are all integrated with climate resilience projects like the.
We use this exercise of cost-benefit analysis at a more disaggregated level. How can we scope it across geographical or municipal levels? For example, like what Ms. Check has given across wards, districts, villages, up to the state level, and what are the interplays when it comes to doing this kind of exercise across different scales? Thank you.
I'm told to answer brief and then you can take it later on, but the point is, that brings me to point number 2 from the lesson learned. Evidence impact. In fact, we will talk about potential solution, but we don't know basically what is the actual impact of this. Like all this policy, we are proposing policy, but we don't know what are these policies, what kind of impact or benefit they yield. And this is a problem. Like remember, smoking 60 years ago was okay, and then we discovered later on a lot of policy that actually approved at one point, and then later on we regretted, and we discovered this policy were harmful more than that. So the point is how we can create, some sort of evidence that this policy works, so are able to recreate the benefit analysis. In this example I gave, it was clear because we were able to see after 30 years how much mitigation measures have been done and how much loss has been saved. But the problem with what is proposed right now, we don't know, we don't have evidence. And this is why it's important first to have evidence and then start to see, which policy, overweight another policy or, equivalent. But we can discuss this in detail, I think, because I'm told to shut up.
Sure, thank you.
Actually, I know that there are many other interventions, many other people who would like to speak, but I feel that one of the most important benefits of a global conference like this is the fact that you get to meet a lot of people, and then you get to meet and also share a lot of thoughts with everybody. We had discussed about climate justice, gender justice, social justice, and equity, inequality, and many issues.
with each of you to really try and interact and get to know more and also give your thoughts, which are very valuable. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for chairing such a fruitful session. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for gracing us with your words today. Your attendance and participation have made this event a great success, and we are truly grateful. We will now break for lunch. After lunch, we will move on to the second plenary for the day, which consists of 2 breakout sessions. The first breakout session on environmental sustainability and biodiversity conservation will be held at this seminar hall. The second session on food security and livelihood protection will be held in the conference hall outside. We shall start the breakout session sharp at 2 p.m. I request everyone to please be seated by 1:55 p.m. Thank you all. Francis and Taylor Publishers. I would like to invite the Chair, Dr. Sudesh Marwadavan, former Director, GSI, to take over the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much for a very lengthy introduction. In fact, if we keep on expanding on introduction for each very eminent, very expert panelist here, then I'm afraid we'll be eating into their time. It's not. So please permit me to be brief and so that we listen to our experts more. Let me first welcome, and I'll just read out the names. I'm sure most of us are here. Mr. Sanjay Handarika. Sanjay Handarika. Thank you. Next is Shri Pradeep Kumarji. Yeah. You are welcome, sir. You are part of this King government, but on behalf of this government, thank you so much. Our next is Dr. Assam. And next we have Dr. Glantz. I think he will be online. So we welcome you, sir, Dr. Glantz. And the next moving is Mr. Tobias. Tobias Namuki from Nairobi. Last but not the least, we have a very strong lady amongst us, Dr. D'Souza. Without making much ado, I'll, I think, straight away request our first speaker of the session today. That is Mr. Sanjay Handarika. And as most of us already know, he represents a major NGO for northeastern states. They have been doing a lot of outstanding work for biodiversity conservation and related issues. So I request Sanjay Handarika sir to please initiate the discussions and make your presentations.
Thank you, Chair and fellow panelists. I appreciate this opportunity to share my thoughts and experiences, and also the invitation from the SRC, the government of Sikkim, and Amrita University. I changed my presentation because I was going to speak on something else, and I look at the sub-theme. This is what happens to you when you travel a lot and you don't look very closely at the emails that are sent. So the sub-theme was obviously on something else that I prepared from. So I'm going to ask you to use your imagination a bit, we will have the second slide. Just show the, because it's located in the region where I come from. If possible, I will try and cover the original thing that I have prepared also very briefly. Go to the next one, yeah. So this gives us a good idea of where we're located. And the issues that I've been engaged with over the past 20, 30 years, both as a journalist and a filmmaker and a writer and a field researcher, have been related to the Brahmaputra River, which influences Assam and the entire northeast. As you see, this satellite image which shows it bisects the northeast completely, very neatly in half. But the first thing that I would like to talk about very briefly is about dolphins. All of us are familiar with dolphins. You have seen them, many of you have seen them up close, on seas, in movies. Just imagine the leap of the in which is the state where I do most of my work. In the lower part, where you see Assam, Guwahati, Nalbari, I came across this story of the dolphin being killed, not for its meat, although that was used, but for its blubber, like the whales get killed for their blubber. And the blubber was used for medicinal purposes, for aches, pains, etc., and also to light lamps. And I thought to myself that this must be, there must be a better way of dealing with the situation and conserving a very precious, highly endangered animal, creature at this time in the 20th, 21st centuries. So I talked to the community that was deeply involved in this, the hunters. The hunters came from a community which had migrated from the state of Bihar to the west of Sikkim, the west of West Bengal, and they migrated there about a century ago, and this was their only occupation. The community did the same thing in their home state. So the question was how to wean them away, because this was their only livelihood. They were not farmers, they had no land, they did some fishing. The reason for the blubber, the oil, was used to catch fish. They would sprinkle a few drops and the fish would come streaming to the surface. So that used to be their income. But it was illegal. So they're always in trouble with the forest department and the police, in jail, out of jail, paying bribes, etc. So I heard about a scientist in Patna University, this is where collaboration comes in, who had actually developed an alternative oil, and it was based on fish gut. All of you know that when you eat fish, the gut is usually thrown away, it's the offal. But he says if you heat it, you get the exact same qualities in the chemicals that are produced, in the oil that is produced, that is there in dolphin. Not exactly the same. If you try it, it works. And this is what I send them for training to Patna, brought them back, and many of them became like proselytizers of this, because they found they could use this oil and they would get a better fish catch. They didn't run foul of the law, and they were earning better. So for the first time, you had a situation where communities, entire communities, turned their old profession of hunting, abandoned it, and became conservators. Because being conservators was more profitable than being a hunter, and always in trouble with the law. So that's essentially the story. And the other thing about it was the government of Assam, we drafted a draft law. The government tweaked it and developed it further, and they announced the dolphin as the state aquatic animal. Today, the dolphin is the state aquatic animal in Assam. It's protected not just by law, but also, the forest officials and others, conservators are trained in protection. And it's also the national aquatic animal. But that is because, that's a different story, the national story. But today, even though it's protected, it faces threats to its existence. The number of dolphins as it breeds is not very much. It's 350 plus, earlier it was 200 something. Highly endangered still on the red list. But the threat now is from human interventions. Human interventions in terms of industrialization, pollution, and also from sand mining. Huge amounts of sand being lifted for construction of new growing cities. And many of you will know this, but after water, sand is the biggest commodity in the world. It's used for everything. What we stand on, what we sit on, what we walk on, what we live in, everything owes its existence in a way to sand. So, Chair, that is my presentation without the PowerPoint. If you give me 3 minutes, I'll run through the presentation I prepared, which is not to do with conservation, but is connected with it because it deals with resilience.
Please go ahead.
So just, and go to the next slide. The Brahmaputra, and this is very characteristic of the Brahmaputra River. I don't know if I have not seen it in any river across the world, to some degree in the Amazon. 2,500 islands exist on the river. 3 million people live on it. There is no place on earth where you have 3 million people living on islands. And there are different ethnicities, different religions, different communities. And this is largely in the state of Assam. And these get destroyed during the floods, they get wiped out, flooded, and they get recreated downstream. The sand is deposited maybe a kilometer down. So people are without homes for 2-3 months every year. The homes are destroyed, farms are destroyed, the schools are eroded, and people, everything comes to a stop. High mortality rates among people, among women, maternal mortality rates were among the highest, were the highest in India. And they still are, but there has been a huge improvement. And as a journalist, I wanted to make a difference. One of the things, the idea that came to me was that people come to hospitals on the mainland from these islands for their services. So why should they come? We use the boats to take the service to them. And that was an idea we began in 2005. We won a World Bank award for that, Rural Marketplace, India Marketplace Award. A small amount of money, not the kind of money you get from the World Bank that governments get, very small amount. We built the first boat. Today we have 15 boats. We have 200 plus people, including doctors. There's a lab on each boat. There's a pharmacy on each boat. There's accommodation, not 5-star, not even 1-star, but it's good. There's a toilet. You can get fish from the river for breakfast or lunch or dinner. And this is in partnership with the government, because I realized very early on, NGOs can do only so much. You must have the principal stakeholder involved and be the lead, because they're giving the money, and today it is a government program which the government drives and funds, and we are there to support them. And that is basically the learning, that over these 15 years that we've done this, 18 years that we've done this, we've reached about 2 million people. Every year we reach 250,000 people with healthcare. The maternal mortality, child mortality indices have hugely improved. But the lesson for me is listen to communities, both in the dolphin conservation and in the protection of people. That it was basically a woman village leader who said to me, you need to use the boats to get the service to people. So that's essentially the story. There are many more slides, and there's a very short video. I want to show just a video, 1 minute of the video. It gives you an idea of the kind of conditions that exist during flood, which some of you may be familiar with in your countries, in your areas. but it is something that I think I'd like to share with you and close with that. We could have it for just a minute.
As floods ravage clinics continue to gear in number. Healthcare and relief at this critical time. Dedicated teams of doctors, nurses, community workers and others from the Centre for Northeast Studies and Policy Research, or CNES, have been taking health services to those impacted by floods.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjay. Let's give him a big hand. Very pertinent, very insightful thoughts, and we know you have such depth of experience and knowledge with you, and we could easily rely on you to talk for much more lengthier time, but sorry, we are constrained with this time, we have to listen to others. We'll come back to you during our roundtable discussions towards the end of our present session. So thank you very much, Sanjay sir. Next in queue is our own Sikkim State leader, Shri Pradeep Kumar ji. He is Indian Forest Service officer. He is presently serving as Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, cum Secretary, Forest and Environment Department, Government of Sikkim. This stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, like Mr. Sanjay Hajarika, I was also supposed to be in another session. So at the last moment I was told, no, you are not supposed to be here, so you have to be here. So that's why. Very happy because this is biodiversity. Yes, yes. So yeah, so that's why it's good that I'm here. So please excuse me if my talk is a little quiet because I was not exactly prepared for this. I was prepared for something else. But this is something which we have been doing all through. So I just try to restrict myself within the time allocated because this is something we can speak on and on and on. So in the interest of time, I'll pick up few points which were said in the morning meeting when Her Excellency High Commissioner of Uganda said. She gave an example of how the trees are being cut and nothing is being done. So when she said we are all cutting trees and not planting. So that are we doing something? So maybe that is one thing which I'll pick up. The other she talked about food and ecosystem. The other thing maybe which I will give examples with which Swami, I forgot his name. He said, are we doing just the intellectual exercise or are we doing something with care and compassion? And are we doing something on science and spirituality? So I thought since the audience is global, so maybe I'll take a few global examples. And since all of you have come to Sikkim, so how some of the programs of Sikkim can actually, they just fit in into some of these issues which were raised in the morning. So I'll just give one or two examples which are very innovative and which will be very useful. So I'll start with something what she said in the morning. Maybe one or two lines about biodiversity conservation. I can't stop myself from speaking on biodiversity. What is the importance of biodiversity? So maybe Sikkim is a biodiversity hotspot. We all know. It's a hotspot in the modern biodiversity. In the morning, a small clip also you must have shown what kind of biodiversity and global, I'll try to connect with the past and now, and local to global, both the things, both time and space. A few decades back, it was around 2000 something, so I had gone to a farm in California. That was the very beginning. And I saw a set of boxes, bee boxes, which were kept outside the farm. That was something which I had never seen, so I asked, what is this? They said, this is a company which provides the bee boxes. So there are a lot of bees in those boxes. I said, whether you want to have them near the farm just to collect the honey and sell it? They said, no, it's not for that. This is basically for pollination. Because now, most of the biodiversity in this area is gone. So we are not having our production because of this loss in biodiversity. So the bees used to be on this particular trees, they are no more there. So now we have to pollinate them artificially. So they are having, so there is a company which provides the bees, and he also takes the honey from the farmer and does the pollination. And after the pollination is over, he collects all the boxes and goes on to different farms. So that's one example which tells the importance of biodiversity in sustaining the whole livelihood of the whole life system. The whole life is how the life is connected through different links of the biodiversity. So that's one example which gives you the importance of this thing. And coming from, as I said, from there to now, 2 decades back and now what happened? So a few days back I was reading that now the people, the scientists are working, I don't know whether they already work, I could not make out, and they said they're working on artificial bees. So what those artificial bees will be small flying computers with artificial intelligence, and they will pick up the nectar from those flowers and they will pollinate, and you can actually see sitting in your office as to which bee number 1, bee number 2 artificial intelligence generated bees will be doing the pollination. So where are we going? Where are we going? I mean, if we do just this biodiversity conservation, we have the simple solutions for what we have made a very complex problem. This could be very easily done with the biodiversity conservation. So that is one thing which I thought I would speak. The other thing which was said was, are we doing something for this thing? So I thought because this audience is there from local audience, and let me give the example from Sikkim, because you all are in Sikkim. As Her Excellency has said in the morning, I will doing something with the cutting the tree. And can we have the compassion, and the Swamiji said, can we have the compassion and care, or will it be just an intellectual exercise? So in Sikkim, we have a very, very innovative program which is, I think, nowhere, at least in my knowledge, it is nowhere in the world. So in the morning clip also it was shown, we have a program called Mero Rup Mero Santati, which actually means that my tree and Santati, you can say, is my progeny or my child, and when a child is my baby, when you associate it with the legacy aspects, then we call the baby with the legacy aspects, we call it Santati or Santati. So here what we do is, as soon as the child is born, the 100 trees are planted. So one can always say, what is, we all the time have been doing plantation. So what is new in this? The new in this is, what morning they said, are we talking the science or we are talking spirituality and compassion? The unique aspect of this program, Mero Santati, is that when the child is born, so they have to register, we have got an online system, they can register, and then they can do the plantation season. But when the parents plant the 100 trees in the name of their own child, then there is a lot of association of the personal attachment, the compassion, and then you see when the tree is growing, the plant is growing, your child is growing. So your child goes to same forest for celebration of his or her birthday. So you have an association where in the beginning the parents think that I take care of these trees, 100 trees, because they are associated with my child. And so they take care of those plants in a way they take care of their child. And of course, there are not similarities between child and plants. Child is weak in the beginning, plant is weak in the beginning, the child needs nourishment, the plant needs nourishment, and they all go together. So the parents take care of those trees because they associate those trees with their own child. And after some years, in 20, 30 years, when the parents are gone, the child associates themselves with those plants because they think this is something which their parents are. So they have to take care of this. So that is how you associate the seed or the something where maybe you say, okay, the trees are planted, then they're not. But here you associate the aspect of spirituality in all of your activities, and that's how it makes a huge difference. If you just plant 100 trees, and then you plant those 100 number of trees, on the occasion of the birth of your child, and associate those trees with your child. So it makes there's complete paradigm shift. It totally changes your attitude and your behavior towards those plants. So that's how, as we said in the morning, whether we can do spirituality, active attitude, include those aspects of personal attachment and spirituality, you can make a lot of business. So that is what we can answer. The other thing, and 100 trees was something which was just found like that, but when we calculate in the back end, it actually creates what we can say for this one is it creates a carbon neutral society. And you can say how. In India, the per capita emission is, I checked it, somewhere around 2.8, 2.9 tons equivalent per capita. And when you plant those 100 trees, you sequester around 3.1 or 3.2, something like that exactly. It is really more than that. So if every child you plant 100 trees, you are actually creating a carbon neutral society. The 100 trees will sequester the same amount of carbon per annum, which per capita emission, which is per capita emission is. So that is also an aspect whereby we can do this. The other unique policy innovation in Sikkim which we have is we have a day on 7th July which we call a day for Mother Earth. So of course, like all environmental activities we do, but we dedicate that day for Mother Earth, and on that day, for 10 minutes, all the vehicles are stopped in Sikkim. So if you haven't, except for maybe emergency and ambulance, that's the story. And you will see all the vehicles are being stopped. So sometimes people, even those who don't know, and they will say, what has happened suddenly, why is vehicles being stopped? Then those who know, they say, no, because vehicles are getting a lot of emission, so we have to be kind of responsible towards the environment. So this is just to create an awareness. So this is when you stop all the vehicles, it's like Aadhaar. So when you stop all the vehicles in one go, it creates a lot of impact. The other unique thing which I thought I would speak when I was looking at Mr. presentation, we recently have something in the payment for ecosystem services, which is being done in Peru and there are some of those countries, but very unique policy innovation. So all the water is coming from all our ecosystems, nature. So just to give a respect to them, that we see payments for the services which are coming from ecosystem. So we collect revenue. And one can say it's a revenue collection activity. It actually is not that activity. It is a kind of it is under the environmental legislation, and we do collect the money, and of course that will be later on sometimes plowed back to the nature or for conservation of the biodiversity. I think these were 2 or 3 things which I thought will be relevant in this context, and maybe as and when we discuss further, we will have much more of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. That was very, very innovative udaharans actually, very good examples, good practices which can be adopted by more countries. And Sikkim, of course, is officially declared organic farming state, so that is another feather in your cap. I think all these together are serving to conserve our biodiversity. Maybe we'll come back again in the discussion session, and maybe you can also elaborate, as you mentioned, about the food security aspects. So I'll just move on to the next speaker now. Sitting next right to me, Dr. Alam. Dr. Alam will be talking on inadequacies in action in climate change.
First of all, I'd like to extend our thanks to the organizer for inviting me here, the beautiful the state of India, which I have heard that is organic fully, and we have also heard how the Sikkim is making it carbon neutral. We have heard a lot of examples since the morning, and if we look into the progress that we need to make, we are nowhere close to the scale that we need to actually do the action. And let me start with when we are talking about environmental sustainability. We normally talk about the environmental resources. And these environmental resources are comprises of the water, the land, air. And these three things combined create the webs for us to live. And more we have the good quality of the environmental resources, our lives and the livings are better. If the environmental resources are not bad, are not good, are poor, our life and the livings will suffer. Now, as I mentioned, that if we look into all the examples, is the issue of the scale and the inadequacy to provide the support to scale up and accelerate the action. And you have heard about the SDGs, and if we look into the Sustainable Development Goals, we have the 17 goals, 169 targets, and 247 the indicators. Among those indicators, we have the 92 environment-related indicators. Now, where do we stand if we look into the biodiversity, as we have heard? If we are looking into the quality of the air that we are breathing, if we are looking into the water that we are bathing or we are drinking, and we'll find that we are not actually in a good state in any of those environmental resources and the environment-related indicators. Now, you have heard about the SDG progress in the Asia-Pacific region in the morning. And Dr. Manon was mentioning about the SDG 13, which is related to the climate change, which is unfortunately not progressing, rather it is regressing. Now, how to reverse that? And maybe I will be talking about, as I mentioned, that I will be talking more on the inadequacies. Now, even if we look into the progress made in the different areas, is the good progress made in the area of the clean energy and the energy efficiency in the building sectors. One of the reasons behind most of the investment happen in the renewable energy, clean energy, and the building sector for the energy efficiency. If we look into the sector which has not made progress significantly, are the clean water and the sanitation, the decent work and the economic growth, the responsible consumption and the production. As I mentioned that SDG 13 is regressing. But if you also look into the SDG 14, which is related to the life below water, the progress is very, very low. Now, why it is happening? Now, one of the statistics in terms of the assessment that the UNSCAP has produced, saying that at the current pace of the progress, we need 42 years to actually reach to the SDG target, where we only have less than 8 years. We are in 2013, 2023, and the 2030 is our target. Now, why we need to accelerate our action? Because we are not doing it adequately. And let me highlight 3 areas. One is we all talked about the policies and the political will. And if we look into the Paris Agreement, and we are talking about the climate change and the resilience, we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emission globally 45% by 2050 to keep the temperature within the below 2 degree. But if you'd like to keep it 1.5 degrees, this reduction has to happen by 2030 compared to the 2010 level. So that is one of the things that we need to keep in mind. When we look into all the NDCs for the Asia-Pacific region, the region will increase 16% of its greenhouse gases emission compared to the 2010 level. So what we have committed within the NDCs are actually not aligned with the Paris Agreement to keep the temperature below 2 degrees. The temperature will increase 2.4 to 2.6 degrees if we keep our commitment, what we have presented. So we need to enhance our commitment in terms of reduction of greenhouse gases. So that is one of the things when I talk about the inadequacy in our commitment. Now, the commitment does not necessarily mean that the implementation is going to happen. To implement the commitment, it would require the finance, it would require the capacity building as well as the technologies. Now, if we look into the funding situation to address the climate change, both in the mitigation and adaptation, when we are talking about the resilience for the communities, we cannot talk building the resilience without addressing the climate change impact in the different sectors. Now, if we look into the financing, yes, the financing is increasing. If we compare the financing in the last 2 years compared to the previous 2 years, it is about the 12% increase. But if we look into the target of the 100 billion, we are not there yet. So we need to increase the commitment of the funding to implement. Just one of the UNEP studies where we have done the assessment in terms of the estimated annual adaptation fund need is 160 to 340 billion per year if we look into the 2030, and it will increase 315 to 565 billion per year by the 2050. So that is the scale we are talking about, and we still yet to reach the 100 billion. So that is where we stand. Now, if we look into the financing required for net zero, we talked about a lot on the net zero. We require the $4 trillion investment per year up to 2030 to reach that target. And globally, if we would like to reach a transition for the low carbon economy, we need $4 to $6 trillion. So that is the scale of the money that we are talking about. Now, let me just finish by the third area that I mentioned that I'm going to talk, which is related to the capacity building. And as we all hear from the universities and the NGOs who are working in the area of the science, but also working at the grassroots level. I don't know how many of you have experienced accessing the fund established under the Climate Convention, Green Climate Fund, or the JET. All of them are asking a stronger climate narrative to justify their funding. And NGOs and the universities, you are in the right place to actually generate a stronger climate narrative to justify why they require the finance, which is additional. So that is the word they use, that why they will be providing the support and why the climate narrative is needed. So this is where I strongly feel that the universities and the religious institutions, NGOs, they are in a very strong place to generate that kind of knowledge, the science, to actually help the countries to extend the climate and put a stronger narrative. Now let me just end, as I mentioned, the technologies. If we look into the technologies we have right now, we can solve the problem. We are in the climate crisis. The biodiversity is losing faster, and the air pollution is not improved. We have the technologies. What we need is the stronger will and the finance to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a very insightful exposition, and we are really very much concerned, as you very rightly raised, the issue of financing, funding, which is really backbone for all CSOs. And it is here the basic challenge is. Of course, we have raised the issues, but then what are the practical ways? We'll come back when we discuss in our own level. What are the practical, doable ways of propagating on this funding of the CSOs? We are doing domain service, either in isolation or in combination with government actors. So thank you once again, sir. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, coming all the way from Bangladesh. Once again, thank you. We are now moving on to our next. So our next speaker is Dr. Kobias Naruki. He is come from Africa. He is representing Africa all the way. And Dr. Kobias is an expert. He is representing Africa regional coordinator. And of course, a very important NGO that he is running. And he is running several courses on leadership. So we would certainly listen to the topic.
Thank you so much. I will briefly start the story. I come from Kenya, Nairobi. I was born in a village where my parents could not get clean water. My parents could move miles and miles grazing animals, crossing borders to Tanzania to look for green pasture, and coming back to Kenya when the rain starts, which only lasts for a week. So this is an area where I was born in a devastated situation because of climate change. And today, my presentation is going to target one of the regions that today is still suffering. My area where I come from today is now green because the community were educated, and because of the awareness that we are able to mobilize the people that there's need for us to conserve our only environment, our only mother, today the community is now safe. So what I'm going to talk about is the integration, conservation and restoration of our motherland. A case study I did in a part of the region in the country called Marsabit. It's an arid area. It's an arid, totally a desert bordering Somalia, where water, animals, and the entire biodiversity is under risk. Today, as we speak, when the community first received rain, it was all over the news. Floods carrying away people and animals receiving for the first time water, they died. So this is how today, if we don't protect our own land, we are going to suffer. So I will request the technical team to screen share my slides. So, next slide. Marsabit County is a county in the northern part of Kenya, you can see on the map. It has a surface area of 66,923. I may not go through the entire geographical state of the county. Next slide. Next. So you can see the climatic conditions of the country, that northern part of the country. On the far part, Clark-Skin State is on the hilly region. So our country, the government invested much in wind power, utilizing the high-yield area of Marsabit to be able to get energy that is net-free. Emission of carbon dioxide is not an issue to us in that region. The problem they have is lack of water. Next slide. Demographically, because of the devastating state of the climate condition in the county, there are very few people. You can see the number of the people that stay in the county. Next. Next. So, I would like to bring to our attention that the relationship between integration and conservation, and even restoration and sustainability, based on the SDGs, is very critical. And if we want to protect our ecosystems, indeed, it has been slowly been evolving, and until recently, it has been well established, and particularly from research and perspective that I did this research, in some cases, you'll find out that if we don't, first of all, integrate, to integrate here is to relook into the issues that are happening, that are affecting our environment. Then, how are you going to ensure you protect the environment? Is by conserving. Then restoring, we have so many rivers in the world, but very few are in existence today. So I draw to your attention, as we listen through this, that however, there is now a growing body of evidence that the diversity of life is critical for ecosystem function and services on which humans depend. As you can see on the screen, that's a camel. A camel, in that northern part of the country and in the desert region, we know the use of the camel. It helps the people to move miles and miles to look for water. And you can see the background of that where the camel is totally desert. And to connect these communities and the people living on this land, there's need to provide them with adequate electricity, internet and information services, which is lacking in most of the arid areas across the world. So this case study is based on all the areas in the world. Next slide. You can see the salmon and his emaciated animals. This was the state which my parents in my area where I was born were before. Today we are better off. Because of climate change, the animals cannot get clean water to drink, and the man himself cannot be able to get food, cannot be able to get water. So when the more he moves miles and miles to look for this water and grass for animals, the more he loses weight, and these animals, if they don't get water, because of climate change, they die. Next slide. Now, there's now need for critical research on issues considering practical resolutions to provide policy guidance for the restoration, and that's what we are doing today. The ecosystem restoration gaps in Marsabit are worrying. We partnered with the Kenya Environmental Management Risk Institute, Cambridge. We have the Kenya Forest Reservation Institute, the Kenya Wildlife Service, NEMA is the National Environmental Management in ecosystem restoration. These are organizations that the government sponsored and parastatals that helps in mitigating all these situations that we are facing as a country. And this can be done globally, where we identify policy institutes or institutions that are able to tackle these issues, to advise the governments in place to be able to find solutions on what is happening. Next slide. Sustainable conservation models in arid lands. I cited key various issues that, if put in considerations by the G20 countries, it will be very important. Number one, impact assessment on land use types. We are aware of communities living in different areas in the world. They are suffering. But if we have an impact assessment research on the types of land we use, it will be very important. Then the persistence of stressed conditions, demographics, existing infrastructure, and effects on agriculture yield. Earlier on, I mentioned the need to venture into organic farming and smart agriculture. As I conclude, maybe 2 slides. We need to prioritize on biodiversity. And today in Kenya, we are proud of the late Wangari Maathai, a Nobel Prize winner in 2004, who started the Green Belt movement during the first 2 years of existence. The Green Belt movement is the main focus was to examine impact of human activities on natural habitats. And today, it recognizes the damaging effects of charcoal burning and arid areas through logging and other chemicals. So if we as a people who really admire the motherland we stay, begin to unite together and own up the initiatives that we began through Amrita, will be fine. Finally, for restoration to be successful, this applies ecologically, and we ought to employ wise decisions in doing everything we do. I would like to echo what Amma says, that if we really depend on the earth we are on now, let us nurture the earth for us to live together and love one another all the time, to be able to protect, receive what you have and share. And the knowledge we share today will be important for us to restore biodiversity, to live a better life without losing people and our animals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tobias. That was a very succinct presentation of real good examples which your country, which is affected with aridity. Let me also share that in Western India, we have this aridity affected tracts, Thar Desert, and there have been very good examples of transferring Himalayan glacial waters through a canal, it's Indira Gandhi main canal, and we are trying to bring in some greenery. But that is having its own climatic impacts, you know. And of course, there is National Desert Park also. So maybe we'll discuss more during our discussions with you. And you are also having a lot of good examples to share with us, and we can really learn from each other. Thank you very much, Dr. Tobias. Our next presentation is by Mr. Michael Glantz. He's from USA, and I think he'll be presenting online. Can we access him, please? Mr. Glantz, you are welcome to please initiate your presentation. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, Dr. Glantz. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello. Hello. Is this microphone? Hello? Hello? It's got feedback.
So Dr. Glantz is a senior scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
But I can't hear them. Hello?
Yes, hello.
What should I do? Pull out the earphones?
Let's wait for it and just stay. Can you get the presentation going?
He's not. I heard him say something.
Just begin presenting.
I don't know what's going on. Go ahead. See? Is that them or me? Hello?
Just begin presenting.
Yes, excellent.
Yes, sir, please, we can hear you, we can see you also. Please continue.
Chairman, sir, whatever you're saying, he can't hear because you're muted. Not from your mic, but from the computer. The central control needs to unmute you before you can speak to Mr. Glantz.
No, but we want his side to be unmuted. We want to listen to him, not me. Please unmute yourself.
Actually, sir, he is speaking. His voice is very low.
No, but I can see your
Voice is very low.
Yes, sir, the voice is very low.
I've got it very high here. I can shout. I don't know whether. Now can you hear me? Is this any better?
It is better now.
It's better, sir.
Is it better?
It's better.
Shall I speak? Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
8 minutes to please.
Okay, hello, thank you, I'm sorry about, but this is a very important topic because all of the concepts we are talking about today relate to the climate, are affected by climate, but they're affected by humans as well. If you talk about biodiversity, deserts, whatever ecosystem you are talking about, whatever one interfaces with humanity has a problem. And that problem is that they are slowly, incrementally facing changing problems, whether it's soil erosion or air pollution or climate change. And that's the one I'm looking at. They're called low-grade, incremental, slowly accumulating problems, which no one pays attention to until they become a crisis. And this is a kind of a problem, this creeping environmental problem is a type of a problem that governments have great difficulty dealing with. No government I can think of, even my own, the most industrial or others, have trouble with creeping problems because they have so many things to deal with. Until they become a crisis, they're almost invisible. So what I want to say is the title of this is The World We Want, But. So let me move on. Okay. In order to come up with some thoughts for you, what I did was I went through the conference agenda, and the list on the left side, climate resilience, social justice, food security, livelihood protection, environmental sustainability, biodiversity, etc. These are all related to, in some way, to the climate. In fact, yes, anyway, so this is important, but each group, each one of these is a focal point, and that focal point has to deal with very serious problems, but there are a set of serious problems and not enough funds to deal with all of them. And it's not enough time for an individual to deal with all of the factors that really affect climate resilience or food security. Some are easier to deal with and more obvious than others. Biodiversity is very difficult, but very important. And I think we have to think about the messages and the way we talk to civil society so that we generate their support and interest in biodiversity. And it's not just a term used in academic circles and at conferences. Now, each of these issues merit attention. I've dealt with several of them myself. But I wanted to say that these concepts and conflicts in this list, they occur under normal time. And the climate change is a common theme and threat, in fact, running through each of the concepts. But now these concepts are taking place as the climate is continuing to warm. It hasn't plateaued and is likely not to plateau, could go at least to the end of the century, and it will go to the end of the century, as a matter of fact. And part of the problem are humans, because our activities are making the situation continue, okay? We still have no policy on climate change that has an effective bringing down the parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. Now here's a beautiful chart. I love it. It's modeling the climate system. It's the way most people look at the climate system. You can see sea ice. You can see clouds. You can see runoff from rivers. You can see soil moisture, land surface processes, and heat exchanges with the atmosphere and the ocean. It's a beautiful chart. However, it's inaccurate. It was done in 2002 by the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and it was a very technical perspective of the climate system. It's no longer the climate system that we had before. What is missing are the factories and the human activities. Humans are now a part of the climate system. Okay, we're not separate from it. You can't separate us out. Society should no longer be seen as a dimension of climate change. The climate is changing. We are affected. No, we are not the nose on the face of climate change. In fact, climate change is on, hold on, how do I go back? It's not going back. Climate change is actually the nose on the face of society. And this is very important to keep in mind. It is now an integral part. We are like sea ice, humans. That's why scientists, geologists, not yet accepted it, but they're talking about the Anthropocene, that the Holocene is dead. And now we're in the Anthropocene because we are a part of the climate system. And we are the ones who are altering the climate system. Okay? Now, the idea of the world we want was fostered under the regime of UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And it related to the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a goal to be strived for. What we call a stretch goal. It's just beyond your reach, but you must strive to reach that goal and do whatever you need to do and provide the resources to do it. It is viewed differently, the world we want is viewed differently depending on political, socio-economic, cultural, religious, ideological perspectives. Rich people and poor people have different perspectives of the world as it should be, or the world that they want. And so, then there's the water world we want. You know, water is essential for life. And of course, and the theme, the mantra for that assessment was ecosystems, goods and services for human well-being. Ecosystem, goods and services for human well-being. That's wrong, because that's like trying to clap with one hand. It's very, very difficult and not very loud. It should be another program that is human goods and services for ecosystem well-being. Ecosystems need us more than we need ecosystems. Sorry, we need ecosystems more than ecosystems need us. Hold on, it's frozen here. There. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So here we have the world we want. Now this is a pinwheel I developed to kind of see why we are in a downward spiral instead of an upward spiral to more successes. And so the problem is the blue number one is the world we have, and we'd like to change it. We'd like to better it. Two is what we want. We want a better world, food, water, livelihoods for all. Three, the point is we cannot have the world we want without the water we want. That correct? You need food, you need sustenance for ecosystems, biodiversity, etc. However, we cannot have the water we want without the climate we want. That's number 4. And then as you go to number 5, you cannot have the climate you want without the climate policies we need. And then you go to 6. Without the climate policies we need, we are back to the world we had, or worse. So how do we turn that spiral so it's starting to spiral up and things are getting better instead of the baseline is you need climate policy, climate change policy. My argument is you can't have the climate resilience, social justice, food security, livelihood protection, environmental sustainability, biodiversity conservation, sustainable development, resilient communities, energy sustainability without the climate change policies you need to get the water you want. Thank you. I have 1 second left. Thank you. I can't hear anything.
Speak yourself.
What?
But there must be some practical, doable ways also to achieve those. And since you are from such a developed country, we were looking forward to hearing more on the doables. Thank you very much once again. We'll come back during our discussions with you. So our next speaker for this afternoon session is Dr. Marcela D'Souza. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this presentation. I like the presentation, please. I'll be talking about water stewardship and its role in sustainability and building resilience for communities. So, if you know that we have about 69% of India that is declared semi-arid and arid, which means most of the people living in these areas depend on rainfall for water and water for agriculture. The next slide. So, just have a look at the first slide in the upper corner on the left. That is the type of scenario we are talking about. How to convert this scenario and to rejuvenate these landscapes to transform our rural landscape. A lot of these lands have been degraded over the years, and that's the situation. The whole approach is taken from a watershed approach, sustainable land management approaches from ridge to valley, with the reforestation, and totally with the participation of the rural community. And the results you can see are below. Water in the table in the groundwater rises. The next slide. So therefore, from just doing a watershed approach, we realized we had to do it from an ecosystem-based adaptation approach. I'm happy that during these past, since morning, I've continuously been hearing a lot more about the ecosystem. And we are looking at an ecosystem-based approach because flowing with nature, flowing according to the ecosystems that we live in, with its healthy biodiversity, restoring it is absolutely important. We need to adapt to climate change, and we need the governance at the local level, because it's only at the local level that people can understand it best. And that's where equity is important. Next slide. So the type of work we do, beginning with land and water management, restoring the degraded lands, the focus then comes on the moment there is water, then comes in the rule of the water in my land belongs to me. And that's where the whole issue comes in, the privatization of groundwater. However, we work with the climate adaptive measures to improve agriculture, the livelihoods, etc. Next slide. This is the result of one of the studies we did over years. How water, because it is in the rechargeable zone, the water in the ground ground levels have risen. They are tanker free, and this is in the rain shadow region in Maharashtra. Irrigation has become convenient, variety of crops, and agriculture has improved. The next slide. But we realized that just doing watershed development and making water available in the ground was not sufficient. The crucial aspect was, after you restore the land, how do we get the community to now make water, including reducing the evaporation, improving the water holding capacity in the soil, appropriate crop planning by the year according to the water available, depending on the rainfall, and then through farmer field schools. The next slide. But there is no water stewardship and there cannot be water management unless the community is incentivized, and that is by enhancing agriculture. So we link up sustainable land management with the biodiversity all along, together with the water budgeting, the water stewardship approach, and climate resilient agriculture practices. So these are various practices we promote. It's not totally organic. We have to do an integrated approach because the soils in these areas are very degraded. So we have to increase the biomass content. So we do what is called a non-toxic approach. So giving sufficient chemicals that the plants need, the fertilizers, and more of organic, but a minimum amount of pesticides as required. Okay? The next slide. What do we mean by, can that photograph be removed, please? Yeah. What do we mean by water stewardship? We cannot do water stewardship until all the stakeholders are together. The primary stakeholder is the village and all the people within the village, even those who don't own land and those who are only, they live there, they are the primary stakeholders. The secondary stakeholders are the upstream and downstream villages, the neighboring villages. They all have a shared problem and they are linked to the water resources. And the tertiary stakeholders, the very, very crucial ones, are those outside. NGOs like my organization and all of us, policymakers, industry that uses water, we are all tertiary stakeholders but play a very important role in the whole dialogue. And therefore, for water stewardship, we need to get all the stakeholders together. And most of the time we find that the tertiary stakeholders think it is too small for them to sit down and have these discussions with villagers. Unfortunately, I'm telling you because I also am a tertiary stakeholder, and very often we think it is a village problem and they have to do it. And we miss out major elements where we can contribute to sustainability. The next one. So, in order to get a community engaged in water stewardship, we get them with their neighboring villages to prepare their water health chart. How much of water do they have, how long the water is available in the village, for how many months it is there, and how long the women have to walk, etc. They give a rating, but then we get the neighboring villages to come there because nobody likes to know that their village quality is very bad. The village status is bad. It's the neighboring villages who bring reality down to each other. And the moment they know that their village is rated ill or severely ill, they are then motivated for action. That is a principal thing. The next one. Okay. We have various steps throughout the year where planning is done by the people as they know the quantum of water that is available from the rainfall and from the groundwater that they check. And then according to that, they make a plan for the crops. And this is a process that goes throughout the year. But the first thing they do is to repair the structures so that they can harvest the water. The next one. Now it's very easy for us to know what is the water that is available in the wells, in the rainfall. What is the situation of the aquifer? And that is one of the biggest black boxes. So what we do is, we have worked out a mechanism and a tool by which the village can associate, and the neighboring villages associate themselves with a particular geography. We do the aquifer mapping, and then we create this 3D model. We develop the tool, but the people are engaged in creating the model. Then they begin to identify what is their topography and what is the aquifer. And that is what brings them to realize we make the invisible visible. And that engages them and makes them talk to one another. The next one. We found in one particular area we had 14 villages, 1-4, 14 villages that shared an aquifer. This was the group. After they realized what was the situation of their clusters of villages and that they are now related because of the aquifer, they came together to form the Aquifer Management Committee. They set up the fund to register the company, and they call us from time to time to help it. They look at how to manage it. But I have to say that sustaining the people to manage water judiciously and not to grab all the water is one of the very big, consistent challenges. We feel we just have to be in it. We have to find out who are the hidden leaders who can actually make the move. The next one. Incidentally, in this particular village cluster, there were women who took a very active role in promoting it. So these are some of the tools that we do. From time to time, they call us. The next slide. This is one of the villages which has saved water. And just look at the rainfall that year, 391 millimeters. And they were able to save that water, the water they harvested, the water saved through micro-irrigation and improving mulching. And first allocation for water is domestic use and livestock. They keep water for the downstream and for the ecosystem, and then they plan the water. Next one, very quickly. We have done it in 100 villages. We have come out with a study done in 100 villages. It is available on this location. The next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soda. That was, I think, very, very informative. And I hope it is still very successful implementation of the program. We can straight away start for the discussions without spending more time, and we'll, I think, take up the last topic first, Dr. D'Souza's topic. And I personally know of two very important such examples. One is in Rajasthan, wherein the overexploitation of groundwater was controlled because this is being pumped from the ground, so to restrict the supply of electricity. So in 24 hours, they just supply electricity for 6 hours or 4 hours. So that is the maximum they can exploit. So they can run the motor. This is one of the ways. Anyway, this is one. And other in Gujarat, we have another very good example of selling the groundwater, pooling in the resources, and instead of every small agricultural field owning its own tube well, the village community decides on a particular tube well, and that person will supply water to the other adjoining agricultural fields after charging a reasonable amount of money. So that is also one way to conserve the water. Can we have your views immediately on this?
With regard to the one on Rajasthan, where you say that they, what did you say about Rajasthan?
They restrict the supply of electricity for restriction on the pump.
In Maharashtra too, they have restricted the use. We have electricity at different times of the year. And one of the solutions that was given, and one of the solutions of great concern, is that they were permitted to have what was so-called ponds, so that farmers are now lifting groundwater and are putting into these ponds. And water, whenever there is electricity, it is pumped into it. And then that water from the surface ponds are now used for irrigation. But incidentally, they are lifting groundwater and putting it in Maharashtra.
I think that's the wastage of not only electricity, but water will evaporate. Groundwater is the best reservoir.
Yes. So unfortunately, this
very unproductive example of such activity.
Yeah, and actually that is an area of concern.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I will request if there are any questions for our other panelists here. Yeah, please. Sorry, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zuda. Thank you so much for your presentation. I like a lot your approach, and basically the analogy of using the water as health and tech and being able to provide this kind of like metaphor to convey to the stakeholders. My question for you, have you been able to kind of like measure have a baseline for stakeholder awareness and then how it improve and does it improve, like, I will talk about black and white or gradual improvement. And can we use this approach with policymakers, because this matters, because this is actually one way, if, like, can policymakers use the same way that we increase public awareness, increase policymaker awareness, because if we can do this, I think we solve 90% of the problems that we're talking about here. Thank you so much.
Actually, we have tried using this method and disseminating findings. And here we look at also what are the findings in terms of benefits and losses in the economic returns. But the whole issue of water and the use of it, we need actually a strong political will that will make it happen. Otherwise, it won't happen.
What I'm trying to say, if you can use the same technique as policymaker, then you can create the well. I think sometimes you don't understand or appreciate the problem, so maybe that could be one way to do it. But does that change happen gradually, or?
Let me just say, what we find actually is when we take it back to the community is where we are getting a response. So we have taken the findings to different stakeholders. We have taken sometimes findings, the good benefits and all, at policymakers and at different levels. But the best response we have got, and I'll put it, the best reaction we have got to water misuse and the good water use was when we put it to the primary stakeholders. And we had mixed groups of them together. And when they saw the water losses in terms of water evaporation, they were stunned. They said, what are we leaving our children with? The women said, we cannot afford, we have to do something now. Those were the reactions we got there. What we are doing now is taking these findings from the community and feeding it back to the scientific body, the NGOs, and then to policymakers. So we are doing it both ways. We did present it to policymakers and the audience at large. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Dr. Sanjay Hazarika wants to say something. Please do.
I just have a comment. Because in a place like my home state of Assam, which has been not water deficient, but has had plenty of water. Climate change is bringing a new crisis. Because last year I traveled for about 2 months by boat on the river and by road in about 7 districts. And in one place, the district magistrate said to me, sir, the problem here is because dams have been built. I'm not taking a position that dams have been built as a restriction, the water is released at various times. People don't know how to live with scarcity. For the first time they're feeling that they're realizing that they're in situations of scarcity, that's one. And secondly, they haven't never used irrigation because water was always rainfed and there was plenty of it. So it's a kind of different crisis in a wetter part of the world, shall we say.
Thank you very much. Actually, biodiversity conservation and how we use our land resources, water resources, they are all terrain specific. I mean, we cannot have one solution fit all kinds of issues. So all examples that we have heard today are really very, very relevant, including one from the aridity affected area, Dr. Tobias. And I think very important aspect which Dr. Alam raised is regarding the inadequacies in our actions for meeting the climate change, this challenge. So would you please elaborate a little bit more on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the simple response is as the actions are inadequate, let's do it more. But I think this is not what you'd like to hear. But let me just take maybe a minute. If we look into the commitments, yes, we have the commitments. It is the implementation. One thing that I'd like to mention that in the climate change, we always talk about the uncertainties. And uncertainties will remain there. It is not going to go away. So don't use the uncertainty as an excuse not to take action. So that is what I'd like to mention. Do it and start it today and take the action today.
Thank you very much. In fact, one major takeaway, I feel all of you will agree is that the issues and the problems that we in Global South face are very akin, very similar, and our resource positions is also equally constrained. Therefore, the solutions that must go from G20 under India's presidency should also focus more on the Global South and the issues that are being faced by the population and the communities amongst us. So, one last word for Dr. Tobias, please. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. I would like to put this across, and this is going to, if we ensure implement the green economy strategy plan for G20 and cut across the world, it will help in ensuring the sustainable food production and renewable energy use, enhancing sustainable natural resource management, which will help in ensuring the issue of the water and also forest cover in the whole world is not an issue at the moment, but a past issue that we can be able to unite and solve it for once and for all. Thank you.
I think drip irrigation is one good example which can be practiced, but it should be made cost effective, right? So that is one issue we need to really address. So one last question, sir. Hello?
Yeah. Not a question to Hagarika sir. So the trends in the northeast region are being indicating that long-term trends are indicating that the northeast region is warming and the rainfall is showing a decreasing trend. The places like Mawsynram and Cherrapunji, which has the world record of rainfall, probably the things are now deviating from it. It's a long-term change. So maybe I think we need to train and we need to inculcate this type of scenarios into the locals, that there could be, this type of situation where the rainfall scarcity, to live up with that also sometimes. And my one small submission to Madam is you talked about the water management. Did I miss that in the slide? I'm not sure, but there are case studies which have been made where the extended range forecast of IMD, like what we talk about 2 weeks and 3 weeks rainfall in the state, and then that goes as input for the farmer for controlling their irrigation, controlling their artificial irrigation, saving up power, and going for drip or just cutting off the irrigation because if they know that the rainfall is going to occur. This type of information I could not see here. Maybe it is not there, but you may be using it.
Yeah. We can use it with the agreement advisories given, but I didn't elaborate.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, sir. These were very relevant observations and very pointed features of this. And we are really grateful to all the panelists, all the speakers. We have had some very eminent discourse here. And you want to say something?
Very briefly. Okay. Thank you. I think the local communities are very aware of the changes. It's just that they are not able to, adapt or find mitigation procedures. One adaptation which I've seen across the region is that people are leaving. Their migration. It's extensive migration to other parts of the distress migration. That's one. The second point which I'd like to add is there are 4 elements, and I think it applies to all the presentations here, which is engagement, amplification, education, which we talked about, and advocacy. These 4 elements need to go together if we are to make some sort of a difference at the community.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, and let's give all of us a big hand to all the panelists.
Due to paucity of time, we will be concluding this session. Thank you, Dr. Suresh, for chairing the session, and thank you, speakers, for your participation. If you have any further queries, suggestions, or recommendations for policy formation and or onward submission to G20, please send your emails to src.C20india@am.amrita.edu. Now we will break for tea. After tea, we will move on to 2 parallel roundtable sessions. The roundtable on technologies for sustainable and resilient communities will be held at this seminar hall. The second roundtable on policy governance and sustainable finance for sustainable and resilient communities will be held in the conference room outside. We shall start the breakout session sharp at 4:05 p.m. We request everyone to please be seated by 4 p.m. for their respective roundtable sessions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much once again. There was a gentleman, one Mr. Ronak, he wanted to distribute some medicinal plants. So maybe we can do it after the end of this. Where is it?
You have it? You have the plants here?
Do you have the plants right now? You please distribute it to the speakers first and maybe those who really want it. Please do it fast.
लास्ट है त्यहाँदेखि लास्ट त्यो चाहिँ सर
We're very glad to have you, Mr. Vishal. Over to you.
Thank you. Can I have your presentation, please? To start with, first of all, I would like to thank you the organizing team and for inviting me and Australia for this conference to share our views in terms of how technology can really help drive sustainable and resilient communities. The focus I'll be mostly focusing on GIS technology today. And since the morning we have discussed how various kind of challenges our communities are facing, and mostly and how it is really threatening our sustainability and as well as our future. And that's where mapping can actually play a very crucial role in addressing these challenges, whether we are talking about addressing the challenges due to climate change, or it is about conserving biodiversity, or is it about decarbonization or building sustainable cities. But when I talk about mapping, I'm not talking about simply about making maps. It's about, when I refer to mapping here, it's about leveraging mapping as a strategic foundation. for. It's about so that we are able to get all this data together to build a common foundation, to build a common understanding, so that this common understanding becomes the foundation for a positive action. Next slide, please. So, see, this common foundation can only be built if we are able to really look at the challenge we are facing and try to solve them from all the perspectives. I think this is something which some speakers in the morning also talked about it. We need not look at it only the economic aspect of it, but also look at the social aspect of it, the environmental aspect of it. And when we really want to look at all the aspects, this is where the geography or what we call the science of geography becomes very, very instrumental. Because if you look at maps or locations, so these have been a very fundamental aspects of the human kind of evolution. Because it helps us really relate to things, it really helps us really understand in terms of what we are talking about. And that's what makes things much more clearer. Next slide, please. And this is where GIS technology has a key role to play. So GIS technology it really provides you the capability to really bring the geographic science to life. So if you look at how or what kind of capability the technology will give you, the first thing is, when we talk about it, we want to look at all the factors together. So we have different agencies, who are working together looking at problems. So everyone has their own set of data, and primarily that data is siloed, they are not talking to one another. And that's where GIS actually provides the capability to really ingest that data which is residing in multiple sources, multiple formats together, and bring it into a common reference of location. And so that we can understand, okay, what really does that mean, where exactly is the problem, so that we can take that, we can do different kinds of visualization which help us develop a better understanding of problems. And once we have a better understanding of problems, we can have a much better insights, much better, we can go into a much more informed decision making, okay, for whatever problem which we are trying to solve. So I would like to now, and probably share, some of the examples which we are looking at. So I've taken global examples, not because it is from a developed country but it is because I think these examples are meaningful, and these examples are something which really we should be also implementing at ourselves. And I've tried to look at these examples from different perspectives and how GIS capabilities bring in have a key role to play here. First thing is, so when we look at understanding and planning for risk, and the screenshots that you see here, so this is a climate change portal that has been developed by under the guidance of Biden-Harris administration. This has been developed by our US team. So essentially, the US government identified 5 key priorities which is really impacting their communities. So these are like extreme heat, drought, wildfire, inland flooding, and coastal flooding. So what they have directed all the agencies to bring all the data related to all these aspects together, so that they can, at any point in time, the real-time information related to these 5 key priorities is available to all the businesses, all the government departments, all the citizens. So that's one. So first of all, once you look at it, you get to know, okay, what's the situation on the ground. And the second screenshot towards the bottom right that you see is that taking this information and providing a sort of a planning tool for the citizens and businesses. So here in this particular case, what you can see is that they've taken all these 5 parameters and they are trying to build what is the kind of risk projections you can actually see in the future. Whether if you're planning to buy a house in a particular location, or whether you're trying to make an investment for a business in a particular location. So you know what kind of risk you're going to see, and this is based on the data which is coming from multiple agencies. Next slide, please. Now, this is another perspective which is measuring progress and identifying interventions. So we know that India has a very, very comprehensive SDG framework, at national level, state level, and even at district levels. And we also have programs like aspiration blocks, aspiration districts. But here, what we could also do is that how, and this these SDGs, they are mapped to specific ministries, there are different government programs which are actually feeding into it. So we can get all this data together to really get an insight. If we are spending on this much via this program, this much in this particular area, whether it is really yielding a result or not. If not, should be what is to be done. So this way you're able to really drive a very targeted approach while keeping in what's really making the difference on the ground with the communities. Next slide, please. Now, this is now, of course, while government is doing, but the community participation is very important. And here, the screenshot that you see, this is coincidentally one of the programs which Dr. Nisha's team drives. The program is Mera Gaon Hamara Jal, which is primarily a community-driven water conservation program. So it runs across multiple villages where the villagers use mobile apps to capture the conversion of areas where water conservation measures could be driven. So this is also one of the ways through which you can get the community to participate and you can get a view in terms of how things are happening on the ground. Next slide, please. And finally, in the last presentation also, the communication, the advocacy has been really emphasized, and that's where maps can really make the communication very transparent. It can really help build a call for action for everyone. So I'm going to use two examples here. So one is monitoring the 30 by 30 progress. As you know that India recently, last year December, became one of the signatories for Global Biodiversity Framework. So where India committed to bring 30% of marine and 30% terrestrial area under conservation. Yes, we want to bring this area into conservation, but where are these areas? So how does the community know that these are the areas which we are supposed to protect? So this is the screenshot that you're seeing here is from the state of California, where they have actually mapped the entire biodiversity areas. Even citizens can see what is the progress, how much area is currently the donut chart which you see on the left hand side. It shows that this much percentage is already under conservation, this much is not. So they know that what are the additional efforts that have to be made. The bottom chart which I want to talk about, which is primarily so this is one of the pilot projects which we did for the city of Noida, where we used the AI algorithm to find out the number of trees. The idea was to look at how the trees are distributed across various sectors, and so with extreme heats becoming a challenge, how this where the focused plantation activities are to be undertaken. So these are some of the examples. Next slide, please. And I would like to conclude by saying that sustainability is possible. The will is there, technology is there, and irrespective of the challenges we are facing, I think the location and GIS-based approach will be essential for us to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vishal. Very nice insight into data-driven decision mapping, and I like that concept of using geo as a prefix for everything. Beautifully done. Let's move to the next speaker, Mr. Rahul. Mr. Rahul Kapoor, it's a pleasure to invite me. I invite you here. He's a mechanical engineer by qualification, has been working with TCS for the past 15 years. Out of his overall experience of 30 years, he's been driving the decarbonization journey for TCS and finalizing the net zero roadmap for TCS. He's been a great value add to this panel. I welcome you, Mr. Rahul, and over to you.
Thank you, and thank you to all the participants. It's been a very interesting day hearing new technologies, new aspects, new possibilities from all the speakers and the participants. TCS in its journey on its own, decarbonization is one track that is for the organization, but from a community's point of view or from our listening, there has been a lot of research and innovation which has been going on in the organization. I'll talk about a few of them, which mainly revolve around addressing a lot of SDGs. One of them, you say, for example, accessibility. So accessibility of information, accessibility of stream of data points, to especially the differently abled community people. So there have been technologies which have been built up now where people can learn through virtual reality. There are some cases which have been use cases which have been evolved and which have been developed and used, and it has helped really those kind of communities. So accessibility is one area where technology has been taken into the levels where it was probably not thought about how it could be done. Another one is we've been developing a lot of digital twins. So one of them also being food being one of the major areas. There's a lot of wastage, there's a lot of disparity between overproduction to shortages, and then how we can really predict the life of the food basis various kind of mappings that can be done, whether it is visual mapping, whether it is any kind of chemical mapping. A lot of sensitivity-based or visual-based mapping, the food prediction, the predictability for food life, and the complete food cycle from the farmer to the harvest to the sale. And then you can build around saying that, okay, the application of the food, whatever its state is, can it be changed during the course of time. So, say for example, potato. If potato, in its various stages up to the consumer, in between is not in a state that it will reach to the consumer in the right state, can be diverted to, say, chips manufacturing. So there, the decision making can help in overall aspects of this. So these are a couple of digitization innovations that have come up in the organization which are helping maybe the communities to an extent. But on an overall basis, yes, Mr. Sharma really beautifully talked about. We've been also working on strategy. What is the amount of carbon getting sequenced? So there is a lot of forestation, deforestation, afforestation activity happening. But how do you actually digitally and remotely sense what is the amount of carbon? And that helps you in your basically your accurate reporting measurement. Really, because you become planting trees, and unless you really not sequestered the carbon. On some of the other aspects that we've been helping some organizations, and obviously we can help the CSOs with respect to is that how do we really capture all elements of carbon mapping. It could be carbon, water, waste, circularity. There are a lot of associations and organizations working on LCAs of various commodities, and that is helping overall improving the circularity of various goods, whether used in various industries. So, LCA is another aspect that is something which can be helpful to any kind of community where there is a requirement of understanding. So, all related data, all related to AI, ML as a layer, but bottoming up with the use cases around community can be of a great value add that we can be.
Krishna. It's a pleasure inviting you, Mr. Gopal. He has 36 years of professional experience in the electronics and semiconductor industry in India and the US. He holds over 20 US and international patents. His expertise spans in semiconductor, applications engineering, business development, and organizational leadership. He serves on the board of high technology startups as well as NGOs. He volunteers his time on projects dealing with primary healthcare, agriculture, and social enterprise business models. Over to you, Gopal.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with some of the eminent folks here. So building sustainable communities is actually a journey. It's not a static thing. It's a journey. And like any journey, you have to know where you are. You have to know where you want to go. You have to know what paths you want to take, and if there's a fork in the road, you need to know how to make decisions, which fork to take. You have to know when you have arrived, and you have to know how to pass the knowledge on so that the journey can continue past the generation. And as many folks already talked here, there's plenty of tools to do all this. Tools that look at the environment, the ecosystem, the biosphere, at various scales and resolutions. But one thing that we have not touched upon so far, if it was, I missed that session, is the volition. How do you, community volition, how do you focus community volition to be motivated to participate? What kind of tools can we use? So I thought I'd spend a few minutes I actually think that we are in a kind of pathological situation. See, we focus on things that we identify. We protect ourselves because we identify ourselves with the body. We identify ourselves with the body because we are Similarly, we are in touch with our own families and friends because we are emotional. As well as the natural ecosystems. So how do we bring them about? I think that's the first thing. How do we get the community connected with this ecosystem? How do we get individuals connected with the community so they identify the community with the community? What can we do to achieve that so that the evolution comes and then we naturally protect and we sustain? So I think access to this vast information that you guys talked about, there's tremendous amount of information available. But is it really accessible by communities? So what can we do to make this thing accessible even to people who are not quote unquote highly literate or people? Can we think of modalities where people can access this information by just natural language processing?
यसको पनि यो हुन्छ नि त त्यो लेखेको हुन्छ
Something to think about the technology. And how to get information about the community back to the community. Like we said, you need to know where you are. You need to know what is your situation with respect to sustainability. Are you living in a sustainable community? So if I am a community member and I need to know that, what do I do today? There is no quick means for me to assess whether my own community is sustainable, whether my own lifestyle that is relevant to the individual. Information about the entire country or about the entire world may not be relevant to actionable, may not even be actionable by an individual or a community. So I think these are the things technology should focus on, is kind of my thought. And then the next generation, how do we connect them to the community and nature? And there's a lot of simulators that are there too. So even if you want to model your community, can you simulate your community from a sustainability standpoint?
can you play scenarios with it to see what trajectories the community is taking? You know, the world of farm simulators where you can actually get fairly accurate simulations done, and these are pretty sophisticated simulators. They use millions of data points. They solve a lot of equations, and they can actually tell you very fairly clearly, right, which way the thing is going. So we can envision such kind of modeling. There is a ton of data that we can get. Sensors are dime a dozen, network sensors are all around the corner. You could pretty much instrument communities. You can instrument anything these days. They're very inexpensive. So you can get a ton of data, you can have models, and so that the technological aspects are already pretty much solved in many ways. It is just the access that needs to be solved. So once we empower the community with information, then I think the volition will rise. Once you know that of their own sustainability. With that, I will.
Excellent point, Mr. Gopal. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. Next, I introduce Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan to the session. She is the Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita. She is also the Director of Technology Business Incubator and Head of Center for Cyber Physical Systems. She has over 32 plus patents and 130 publications to her credit. Her areas of interest being cybersecurity, governance, mathematical modeling, IoT security, etc. She's been with Amrita for quite some time. She's played an active role in several strategic initiatives for the government of India. I'm really glad to have you here. Over to you.
Quintessentially, I'd like to thank Dr. Manisha, Dr. Vinu, coordinators of the Sustainable Resilient Communities, Dr. Ati, for having invited me here. Extremely honored and privileged to be here to talk a little bit about my views on technologies for sustainable and resilient communities. I want to take a step back and ask ourselves, are technologies the only solution? First, we've been living as humans for
verschillende zijn. Ervaring voor heute zijn. Uncertainties,
potential impact of those and the ability to scenario decision-making processes. Secondly, building resilience within the organization. What should be done, but how do we really create something actionable? How do we really move fast from assessment to action and seize growth opportunities? And finally, I think how do we really deliver impact and sustain success? And how to really enable people, enable communities and leadership to be able to get to that competitive advantage and turn these challenges into opportunities. So this also requires an integration culture and purpose along with it. Only then we can really bring those communities together. So in conclusion, I will definitely say that this is a daunting challenge and that technology can be very, very powerful to be able to look at various different sectors, from renewable energy, from water filtration systems, from electric vehicles, etc. I think these are the way to be able to make our communities more sustainable. I think far more than accessibility, I would really say awareness is fundamental. If we can at least bring that awareness in our day-to-day actions, in communities' day-to-day actions, I think we've already achieved significant success in getting to the goal of sustainable and resilient communities. Availability and affordability also play an important role to be able to scale the solutions we have to the targets we need to achieve. With that, again, thank you for this opportunity and look forward to interacting with all of you on making this summit and conclave not only a grand success, but also to work together with all of you to make our planet a wonderful, resilient, sustainable Earth.
Thank you very much. If one of you can please check if Sharma sir is online, just let me know. We'll just go ahead again now. I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Ramesh to the session. She is a provost of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and holds multiple portfolios such as strategic initiatives, research and innovation, interdisciplinary, and AI plus X. She is the Dean of International Programs, School of Sustainable Development, and the Director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. Now, her research was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing land-side warnings. It's been installed in Kerala as well as Sikkim. She has several patents granted and numerous publications to her credit. She is also in the top 2% of researchers across the globe. We're very honored to have you here. Over to you, Dr. Manisha.
Thank you, sir. I'll skip through some of the slides. I think with running around this, I may not have prepared fully, but I think what we feel today is there are a lot of grand challenges which are there. We all of us know what are the grand challenges, and several user needs aggravate these things. And all of us are working to bring in these innovations through technology design, technology development, technology implementation. But where we lack is the solution. How do we bring in the adoption and sustenance? Most of the time, we forget this piece, which makes us difficult to have a successful innovation. And because of this itself, what is happening is science and technology is very fast advancing, but the quality of life and environment is at the same time degrading. So how do we translate the advances to uplift the villagers at the bottom of the pyramid and create a sustainable future for all? One of the larger pool whom we can motivate and take forward is the students. So that's where the Chancellor of Amrita University, Amma, had told, even in the morning I have said, all universities should send their students to impoverished rural villages or city slums for at least 1 or 2 months for internship during their education. They would be able to see directly the issues and the problems that the poor face. They could then develop solutions, and also this would help us to help the poor in the most effective way. Taking this, what Amrita has took this as our major motto and try to look at how can I get really the user need, how will I connect this so that I will be able to ensure that there is an adoption and sustenance of the technology. So what we have created is an E4 life concept where the students will be given an opportunity for experience, embrace, engage and empower. So as I said, there is a program which has devised called Live in Labs where the students get the opportunity to live in the community for months, where they will experience the culture there, they will understand the systems there, they will embrace that, they will engage and empower. Thus, they will understand the user needs and the challenges by being in the community, living with them, which will help them to take care of the user need and work with them participatively to bring up solutions which they are willing to adopt or they are willing to sustain. So the whole thing is the user tells what is my challenge, user tells what is the technology I need, the user works with you in designing the way they need with respect to what the community is. That's what the most important thing there. So that's where the compassion-driven approach we have brought in, where we are trying to raise the self-centered goals to selfless societal goals. So building solutions that are useful for others and making people and communities happier by reducing their suffering. That's how the Live in Labs program has been brought in the university. It is an experiential learning program which inculcated 4-5 pieces where participatory approach with students, faculty, community stakeholders, interdisciplinary program. It's a curriculum-based program. All the programs in the university has this with a seed fund for the students to implement the solutions, sustainable models and making sustainable champions in the community through the E4 Life approach. I will go a little faster. So I will just skip over all these slides. These are the levels of education it goes to. There are curriculum for each level and there is a framework for academic engagement. So these are the grand challenges we work on, and on each of these things we are working in 200 states in 500 plus villages.
Sustain
team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
This has helped the students to actually contribute in building solutions by working with the communities where they have worked at multiple communities where they have built water distribution systems, scalable and sustainable rural sanitation models, micro hydroelectric systems, health awareness. You have seen Southern banana, fiber sanitary napkins, lemongrass distillation units, etc. So several of these has been done over time. And if you see, just to go quickly, if you see, this is one of the area where the students went to the communities and they had seen that there is a lot of waterborne diseases. They went and looked at what is the challenge there. They saw that it is because of water contamination. And today it has become as a very large program in the university trying to achieve 5,000 villages provided with clean drinking water solution. We have done up to 300 villages where they have went through community level water quality classification, feasibility assessment, community selection, co-design, development, deployment, capacity building, etc. by engaging community, local government, NGO and university in collaboration with women entrepreneurs, local self-help groups and ward level, best end user engagement. Not only that, to empower the community, we have brought in a solution for as a mobile application called Empower Community app, where each of the community member is trained to put what they are seeing in the community, and based on that mapping, they will take forward the action. So the community gets involved in different parts of the country and extended it to the Mera Gaon Hamara Jal, where very specific focused work has done for water sustainability and which will empower the communities to map each of their resources so they understand what is the challenge. They work with the other stakeholders to propose it. So thus they have moved forward with respect to that. In each of these things, they engage in different ways to tell us what they want. Mind mapping, group sketching, different methodologies and different people have worked together. And if you see in one of the program called lemongrass distillation unit where the tribal didn't have a job and this was the only skill they knew, and when the forest rule changed, they couldn't cut the firewood. The students have built a lemongrass distillation unit and set up a factory. If you see the phase in which they have gone through from 2014 to 19, multiple schools have engaged through different phases to achieve. So it is not a one-time, one-year effort. It's a long-term effort which you will need. By seeing this approach, Amrita has actually started a large PhD program where every year 100 PhD students are given opportunity to work on community scale projects. So thus, what we are trying to do is from one end in a small scale, empowering the youth to bring in the solution, at the same time build compassion in them so that long term they will become the champions to build sustainable and resilient communities, and thus using their capabilities of science and technology for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Manisha. Well, if I just have to summarize the session, it's easier for me because she just made the whole thing easy. It's quite simple. If you have technology and if you want to take that solution to any place, simple things like what all the panel members suggested, data-driven decisions, involvement of the stakeholders, identifying the critical problems, impact to that particular locality, circularity of the solution, implementation which involves scalability, and the interconnection between economic, social and environmental. All this was summarized with about 100 examples. So a vision that is working at a micro scale can be managed and taken to a mega scale. If we were to work together honestly, if 100 projects can be successful, many more can be successful. Thank you very much, and that is for the next generation, what Dr. Manisha mentioned. But you have to go one level, one generation beyond that, and the generation after that. I think climate change has become just a paper publication. So far you've seen lots of reports. All of you have seen great quality reports and publications, but I think it's time that it becomes part of the curriculum globally. And if we do that, these kids who are learning things will understand that their life, their attitude and their behavior has to change, and that will automatically start healing the environment. I thank all of the panel speakers for giving the opportunity and sharing their opinion. We'll open up for a couple of questions because we have a 5 o'clock. Yes, sir, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Sachi Gurumoyim. I'm from the Malakiti Foundation, and my question, a common question is for Dr. Manisha. We have been working with smallholder farmers at the very last mile in Manipur, at the border between India and Myanmar. And one of the feedback that we got was that soil was deteriorating and they wanted to rejuvenate soil through compost. So we helped them to pilot a project where they were making compost using local raw materials. Hyacinth from the lake, vegetable leftover from the farmers. Now all of that went quite successfully, and we now have compost that we produce. But the challenge that we're having with adoption is that what the farmer, an ordinary farmer, could achieve with 30 kilograms of synthetic fertilizer, they now need to switch with 3 tons of compost because this is bulky. What you've just given us as an idea is maybe we need to palletize it. And what I would like to see is if there is a way for us to have maybe one of your living labs in Manipur where we could try this out. That would be great. Thank you.
We will be happy to work with you. We can allocate a PhD student to work with you fully. 4 years together.
And one other thing, you may want to go back and look at the NPK of that compost that you're giving.
So the NPK, we have managed to match it. Yeah. The challenge we're having is in the bulkiness of the product.
Bulkiness of the product. Team up with somebody who can give you a perfect technology, but that goes back to the community.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, please? Okay, there are no
May I, sir?
Sure. Yeah.
Here. Osami. It's not a question to anybody, just it's a general submission to the entire forum. If we want to take this climate change vision very strongly, probably everything related to the science and everything related to the collaborative working will be there definitely, but it needs something more than that. Probably that's why in the earlier session the adequacy point was raised. It's a democratic country. We see every day in the media long march, dharnas, whatnot for various issues in the country. I feel this is my humble submission that this climate change, can it become an election manifesto? Number one, can it become a political agenda? And somebody like, suppose if I tomorrow contest with this particular agenda or manifesto, the society should ensure that I get elected also. But of course it will not happen in day one. But maybe this type of manifesto, if some election manifestos they come, instead of telling that I will give the free electricity, free television and free XYZ, I will give you clean air, I will give you good drinking water, I will give you better health facilities related to the climate. If this type of statements if they are able to bring forward in the society, of course you and me cannot do that, but somebody else has to take up this. So probably the science and the entire community which is here, because this is C20, so that community is also there, and who knows, somebody from this group tomorrow would become an MP or maybe Prime Minister of India or maybe someone else, we don't know. So whether this is possible, and probably I think this
This will help a lot. This is my humble submission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's only so much we can do sitting on this table, behind the table, but suggestions taken. Any other questions?
Can I have one comment?
Yeah.
I guess I hate to be speaking, commenting in every single session, but I just having experienced some, recent experience implementing some project related to digital transformation in climate action and disaster risk management. So I assume basically technology means so many things, but here we talk about many on information technology. So one aspect that actually I think it has been missing, the ecosystem is not only technology. It has capacity building, it has data, it has underlying infrastructure, it has governance, it has institutionalization using institute, and more importantly, progress toward SDG, climate action, and carbon. And I think this usually is the missing link. And an example of this, like in recent, a personal consultant's experience with 17 countries, none of them G20, but outside the G20 context, and all of them they implement wonderful solution. But when you ask them how many this has, how much progress, because this solution has led to SDGs, you get no answer. Like Nepal, I was there last September, they are celebrating the first early warning system for flooding in May. To ask them exactly, okay, how many people, you can tell me how many people are killing the early warning system, but how this benefit toward climate action is not clear. You start actually a solution, and they say, okay, now the response time, how short has been reduced? Now, can you go from 30 minutes to 10 minutes? You have no answer. So usually the impact of the technology is absent. The government sharing data, how to make sure every organization share data, so you have only one custodian to send this climate action aspect, always missing. And I think this is the policy recommendation. So we are, I think, for celebrating technology, which is great. But more important, how policy can endorse action and support the technology in a better way. And I think the policy should include data sharing, governance, making sure basically assessing the impact of the technology, so not just running the technology. Somebody today will talk about how context matter, and it's not, you cannot just do copy-paste. It has to adapt to the context. And I think the policies coming from the summit should do this, because this is what G20 have learned, but a lot of countries outside G20 is still in the infancy part, and we need to learn this kind of best practice. And that would be my humble
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, one last one please, because we're short of time, people waiting also for the other next one.
Just 30 seconds. I just wanted to add earlier gentleman's views about the election manifesto. So this is the best platform, say G20, C20, and why we are thinking about somebody else. We ourselves can be a manifesto, and we can tell politicians that you need to get all these things on your platform, and then we will elect you. So we are the one who can start with this manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one, please. That's it.
Sachin Guru. I'm from Gravitas, Odisha. I want to suggest two things, that this climate change and sustainable resilience we can include in the school syllabus also as an subject. And another thing, in the administrative level, we can go in CPTV, Gram Panchayat Development Plan also, and we can bring down some protocols so that we can follow and we can connect with the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone, and let's give a big hand to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sasangan, for chairing the session, and thank you, speakers and the delegates for your participation. As informed earlier, if you have any further suggestions and recommendations for policy formation and onward submission to G20, please send your emails to src.c20india@am.amrita.edu. We will now be moving on to the udharans of best practices showcasing and screening. I humbly request everyone to please sit back and relax. Participants from the conference room will also be joining us now. I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Rahul Krishnan from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Thank you and have a good evening.
afternoon to one and all present here. It's been quite a long day with a lot of discussions and deliberations happening. We are still waiting for some of our delegates coming from the other parallel plenary, but we plan to start off anyways. We have a slightly strict deadline. We have to leave from here by 6:30. So I apologize initially itself if I am the bad man here interrupting you this round in meeting. Okay? So, good evening once again to all of you. As you know, the civil society organizations across the G20 nations were invited to submit udaharans, or what is called as best practices, aligning with the theme of sustainable and resilient communities, which includes focus areas of climate, environment, and net zero targets. We are really delighted to share with you that we received more than 100 such udaharans from 20 plus countries from 6 continents. And during this conclave, today and tomorrow, we are excited to showcase 28 of such selected udaharans from around the world. So udaharans or the best practices provide all of us, the CSOs and the policymakers, a unique opportunity to learn from the success stories at grassroots level, so that going forward, we are all able to join our hands to make even better and larger impact among a lot more people. So this particular session is going to be a rapid fire introduction to these CSOs and their best practices. So each udaharan will be presented through a short 2-minute video, followed by 3 minutes of presentation by the corresponding representatives from those CSOs. So while I call the CSO representative to the stage, may I request the audio-video team to kindly play their videos as soon as I call their names, so that first the videos would come and then the presentation. So I also request the CSO representatives who are joining online on WebEx to be also prepared to talk about their work as soon as we call your names. So, first of all, I would like to request, is Dr. Marcel here? Is Dr. Marcel here? Okay, so probably she's on the panel session there, so I'll skip that. Is Dr. Venita Apte here? Okay, hi. So, Dr. Venita Apte is from Terrain Policy Center, and she's going to present an udaharan on community-based ecological restoration of degraded forests for sustainable livelihood development in the biodiversity hotspot of the Western Ghats in India. May I request you to kindly play the video of Terrain Policy now. May I request the audio team to kindly play the video of Terrain Policy.
Germany to implement the project in the western parts of India, in the villages of Dolphin, Kara, Zambu, Kodi, and Dandeli, focusing on the community-based afforestation to enhance the local biodiversity and restore the degraded forest, as well as develop sustainable livelihood of communities like Katkari, Dongar Koli, Mahadev Koli, Thakur, Maratha, Agri Koli, and Dhangar. The project aims to develop the local communities and to boost sustainable livelihood by generating employment and reducing migration. The project is expected to restore approximate 70 hectares of the forest land and benefit all the 5 villages, making them 100% self-sufficient and empowering the women and youth. Watershed development and promoting renewable energy is also one of the aspects of the project. This is a model project which exhibits public-private partnership with people's participation.
Develop more than 50 hectares of land, barren land into green land. And I think this project duration is for 3 years, and the whole SDG has addressed at 13, 15 and 17. So we are trying to green as much as barren land, not only with this project but the others also. So thanks a lot. Thank you for your patience and listening to it.
Thank you, Dr. Meena Apteji. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Marcel D'Souza from WOTR. May I request AV team to please put on the video of WTR, Watershed Organization Trust. And I hand over the mic to Dr. Marcel.
हे बियाणे जरी म्हणजे वेगवेगळ्या व्हरायटीचे आहेत, आपण या पाऊस जरी कमी असला तरी या बियाणे येतं, म्हणजे इतकं काय त्यांना पाऊस लागत नाही. वातावरणात बदल झाला तर काय एक पीक गेल्यानंतर दुसरं ते राहतच, म्हणजे इतकं काय म्हणजे सगळ्यांचं नुकसान होत नाहीये.
Kishan has minimized losses in agriculture by following an ecosystem-based adaptation approach to climate change. He uses indigenous seeds with multi-cropping, applies biopesticides and organic manure to cultivate more than a dozen variety of crops across 3 cropping seasons.
वातावरण एकदम सुटेबल आहे त्याच्यामुळे याच्यावरती रोग पडत नाही आणि कधी पडलंच तर मी स्वतः जीवामृत बनवतो आणि या पिकांवरती फवारणी करतो.
Food and nutrition security is important in an ecosystem-based approach to adaptation, and Kishan has ensured the same. Apart from farming, Kishan has planted a diverse range of fruit trees, and he also rears livestock to supplement his income. Balasai Bangre is WOTR's field in charge of Purushwadi, and he has been working in the village since 2009. He points out the challenges posed by climate change.
म्हणजे गावाला पाणी वगैरे उपलब्ध झालं पण पुढे जाऊन त्या पाण्याचं म्हणजे शाश्वत राहण्यासाठी काय करता येईल त्याचबरोबर लोकांचे बराच प्रश्न होते समजा वातावरणामध्ये वारंवार बदल होत आहे तर त्याच्यावर काय उपाय योजना केली पाहिजे त्याच्यानंतर वेगवेगळ्या आपत्ती येतात तर त्याच्यावर स्थानिक काय उपाययोजना केल्या पाहिजे असे प्रश्न लोकांचे होते.
To solve these issues, between 2009 and 2017, WOTR implemented the climate change adaptation and water stewardship programs in Purushwadi.
या प्रकल्पामध्ये प्रामुख्याने वॉटरशेडचे काही ट्रीटमेंट असतील त्याच्याबरोबर महिला विकासाचं काही काम असेल त्याच्यानंतर जैवविविधता संवर्धन असेल त्याचबरोबर परिसंस्थेचा विकास असेल समुदाय आधारित आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन असेल त्याच्यानंतर काही मुलांच्या आरोग्यासंबंधी काम करण्यात आलं त्याचबरोबर शेती संबंधित प्रामुख्याने काम केलं शेतीवर मग हवामान आधारित कृषी सल्ला असेल त्याच्यानंतर कमी खर्चात आपल्याला घरगुती काही औषधे कशी तयार करता येतील मग त्याच्यात अमृत पाणी असेल जीवामृत असेल दशपर्णी असेल निंबोळे अर्क असेल सेंद्रिय शेतीचे प्रयोग आहेत ते शेतामध्ये करण्यात आले.
If ecosystems-based adaptation is practiced across Maharashtra and India, it can help us to achieve our sustainable development goals, meet our land degradation neutrality targets, our Paris Agreement commitments, and at the same time, it helps to build the resilience of our landscapes and its people.
Slides that I can tell you what it is. We have done an economic assessment in these cost-benefit analysis of 3 types of projects. This was one of the areas which we have done it. I think it's a slide. So we found that over a 10-year period as compared to our control, there was a much greater improvement of the cost of the NPV in these villages for the individual households as well as per hectare. And moreover, what we found was that we could address 9 of the SDGs besides the land degradation neutrality targets, the CBD as also sequestering carbon.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful description about your work. So may I request Radhika ji from Sacred Earth Trust to kindly come on stage and present their work on protecting sacred roots in India. Please play the video. May I request the AV team to play the last 10 seconds of the video again?
By enabling us to meet global climate targets.
People find God in the temple, but I find God in the forest of touch.
Thank you so much. I hope you like the video. So I'm Radhika Bhagat and I'm the CEO of Direct of Secular Trust. Direct of India was my early organization and who became ingrained in my veins. So I have been working in the field of conservation for almost 15 years now. But for the 13 years that I worked with other leading conservation organizations, while I learned a lot, and there were many victories as well, what I realized was that the overall trend in terms of the environment was on the decline. Because the rate of destruction is so fast that even if we do really good work at our level, things are still going to go downhill. So that's what made me think that, that the problem is not that we are not doing things right. The problem is that we are only addressing the symptoms of the problem. We are not addressing the root cause of the problem. And the root cause is that we are disconnected. So humanity at large is disconnected from themselves and from nature. If you think about nature worship has been practiced all across the world, not just in India, where we worship mountains, we worship trees, we worship forests and animals. It's been across the world, Europe, Africa, South America, North America, all parts of the world. Those are the bases, the roots of culture across the world. However, there were certain influences over the past and current time as well that broke down this relation that was one of reference down to exploitation. Can you go back to the first slide? So here you can see that on the left, since we're talking about sacred groves here, on the left we see a Thayyam, which is basically a ritual that is done every year in Kerala in sacred groves, where the person who's performing embodies the deity that lives in the grove. On the right is a very well-known, at least all Indians I hope, is the Chipko movement. The original Chipko movement started in the 1400 AD, where the Bishnoi tribe laid down their lives. The women paid close to 350 odd women and children and also men laid down their life where they were willing to get themselves hacked to death, but won't let their sacred grove value and respect and have reverence for nature. And this is the kind of protection that will allow a shift in human consciousness, and that will shift us from one of exploitation of nature to reverence. So, so that's what we're doing together as a team. And sorry, I hope you can.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation on protecting sacred cows. Next, may I request Dharma Life Foundation, Millie Palmer, to please take the stage, and I request our AV team to play the video of Dharma Life Foundation. And I humbly request all the speakers to kindly stick to the 5-minute deadline.
Dharma Life's Jaya Greenweave program aims to enhance women's livelihoods, promote sustainability and circularity, and preserve the cultural heritage. The program structurally builds skills and capacity of women to work on green livelihoods like tailoring and chikankari, Banarasi, block printing, and Madhubani art forms. Women tailors, artisans, and weavers are championing sustainability inspired by the cradle to cradle approach. Instead of the traditional cradle to grave approach, where products are designed to be used and then discarded, cradle to cradle seeks to create a closed loop system. It is a holistic approach that considers the entire life cycle of a product, from the raw materials used to produce it to the energy used to manufacture it to its disposal or reuse. In most of the art forms, synthetic pigments and dyes are widely used for dyeing fabrics and threads. This has negative impact on human health and the environment. Looking from the material health lens of cradle to cradle, artisans are trained to adopt natural and eco-friendly dyes like indigo, turmeric, marigold, tulsi, madar, etc. This can save not only the carbon emission but also water contamination and has great skin benefits. Product circularity parameter of cradle to cradle focuses on designing products that can either avoid any waste generation or that can be reused and recycled. This approach aims to eliminate waste and promote a sustainable economy that is in harmony with the nature. Our green tailor entrepreneurs are championing the concept through using waste minimizing patterns for tailoring along with upcycling and recycling of textile leftovers. Just using zero waste pattern for a kurti can save up to 104 grams of carbon emission. Structured training on green practices and traditional knowledge systems is not only enabling women generate income but also helping in preservation of dying crafts. More than 2,000 women tailors and 600 plus artisans across 7 states are building a green future through Jaya program. With the fashion and garments industry estimated to account for approximately 10% of global carbon emissions, more women and artisans adopting such green practices can contribute to the target of reaching net zero emission.
And circular practices that we are introducing, we can reduce this emission by up to 40%. That's a huge scale. Apart measures, we are also working on mitigation measures like treating the wastewater coming out of dyeing and washing practices in all the art forms before this water is discharged into the river. So, but this all is just one part of the solution. Like women, tailors, artisans, weavers, they are taking care of the sustainable production and protecting the environment. But parallelly, this all increases the cost of the products. Now, to sustain their livelihoods, there has to be some income for them. So, Dharma Life provides them marketing support and helps promote their work through our own brand called Ananta by Dharma Life, which is a luxury fashion label. And in addition, we also help these women market access through different channels like e-commerce platforms, exhibitions, B2B channels, etc. So that's all from my end on our efforts on promoting sustainable and resilient communities and climate protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mili, for that presentation. Next, we have a best practice Udahan from France, the Plicis Eco Village, to be presented by Dorian. I invite him to the stage while the video is getting played.
Faced with the many ecological and social challenges of our times, citizens groups are creating new ecological and solidarity-based landscapes. Located in Pongoin in France, the Ecoamo du Plessis is an initiative comprising several complementary projects. The Plessis Eco-Village, the Plessis Elderly Home, an alternative primary school, and the Plessis Organic Farm. The Plessis Eco-Village is a participatory housing project that brings together 28 households. It includes 4 hectares of collective permaculture gardens, several common buildings, and individual ecological houses. The project was initiated in 2013, and the construction work started in 2019. It allows the inhabitants to implement an ecological and solidarity-based lifestyle. Ecological houses, shared laundry buildings, phytodepuration, dry toilets, common buildings with a co-working space, and spare rooms for visitors. All these features enabled us to reduce the size of our houses and reduce their environmental impact. More than 80% of the land surface is not urbanized and remains collective. Governance is the main challenge of such projects. Today, the Eco-Village is administered by a steering committee made up of 7 people, elected by all members through the principles of sociocracy. The Eco-Village inhabitants wanted to experiment with resilient, sober, and autonomous lifestyles. Through mutualization, mutual aid, and sharing, it becomes easier to consume less, to build less, to produce part of one's own food, and provide an example for sustainable, resilient communities.
Thank you so much. So first I want to say that I have a lot of gratitude for all the people, and some of them are online right now watching us, that have contributed much more than I did to this project. So just to say, I'm clearly not the only person there. And the second thing is that Amma's been the inspiration of this project from the start, and so all of my gratitude for that, because without that nothing would have happened. So the main thing is that the main idea was to reduce our individual personal needs so that we consume less land, we consume less materials, and we need less for our daily lives. And it brings a life where we are much more in proximity with nature, which is much more satisfying in the daily base, and also being in a group of people like that, the group needs to be sufficiently big, but when a group is sufficiently big, it brings about a cultural life by itself, which means that you don't need so much to go to the theater, you don't need so much to do other things, because you're nourished by the group dynamics. And it creates very interesting dynamics within our group and within ourselves. Yesterday, there was a big music festival, like folk traditional music festival, with more than 100 people that came from the neighborhood because of these dynamics, and that's very nourishing and enriching. And also the skills, the different skills that people have are very complementary, and they enable a lot of things, and we become much less dependent on other actors to support doing things that are needed for our daily life. generally speaking, my experience after living for more than 1.5 years there now is that we're much happier and we need much less from the outside in this kind of setting that we did before. One very important thing is that the EcoAmo doesn't exist by itself. It's been possible because we are close to Amazon and most of us have been involved with Amazon for quite a while, and it brought this community together, and it also gave us tools to work together, because you all know that working together is the main challenge of every human group. And through this experience together, we gained the skills that enabled us to pull off this project. And also, the presence of the center brings about other projects like an old age home where 22 people are going to be able to live in separated flats, and also some organic farming projects that bring us local organic foods, like in Second, so that we don't depend so much on the outside also on food matters. And and basically we feel now that things are certain, that it opens a lot of new doors for the future. And the last slide, just a few figures so that you have an idea of the scale of the project. You can go to the next slide, please. So there will be 28 houses when the project is finished. For now, there are 13 that are built or on the process of being built. There's some common equipment so that we don't need so much inside each individual house. And then we have regular meetings that take us quite a bit of time so that the whole thing keeps staying together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dolphin, for that presentation. Next, we have an online presentation from Sahyadri Foundation on Asta Beggars Homeless Rehabilitation Shelter in Nagpur. Vijayji from Sahyadri Foundation is going to join us online. I kindly request to play the video, followed by a short presentation by Vijayji. May I now invite Vijayji, who is online. Kindly start, Vijayji. We will put the presentation here.
From Sahyadri Foundation, Nagpur. Beggars and Homeless Shelters is we have established in 2021 to make the Nagpur city beggars free. This project in collaboration with Nagpur Municipal Corporation and associated by Ministry of Social Justice and Environment, New Delhi. We are happy to inform that these projects utilize human resource and empowerment intersection of the society. And the significance of these projects is very high. We provide all basics amenities like food, accommodation, skill development training and job prospects offers. Efforts also we take the efforts to reunite with them with their families. And we happy to inform that we reach during the last 2 years we reach 389 beggars till date and 121 reunited with their families. Out of few of them are 18 years, 20 years living on roadside, stay away from their families. And also 105 were provided with employment opportunities. 18s were sent to the de-addiction centers and also 18 beggars have been sent to old age homes. Out of them, the 8 beggars are taking the treatment of the mental health rehabilitations. And in the KYC, 32 beggars made their ID cards. And we also informed that out of that 10 beggars have we opened the bank saving accounts and also we established the SFG, self-help budget of that beggars and also started the work of the municipal corporation, that is segregation of the garbage works. The commissioner has provided for this SFG. In 2000, by taking the note of our innovative and very successful municipal corporation, in 2021 we received the Dalmia Cement Award at the IM Nagpur, Indian Institute of Management Nagpur, in association with Nagpur First. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijayji, for that explaining your wonderful work in Nagpur. Thank you. Next, may I request Suhasini Ji, who is from Auroville Design Consultants, to present their Udaharan on Humanscapes Habitat Youth Housing Program. May I request Suhasini Ji to be online, and we first play the video, and right after that, you can go ahead with your presentation now.
So, Humanscapes Habitat is an applied research project in climate-smart settlement planning and designed for sustainable and resilient housing for middle-income groups. The project was undertaken to demonstrate that by using complex adaptive design systems that integrate topographic, climate, local building materials, and technology, including recycling of waste, it's possible to have climatically comfortable habitat. The positive impacts of the project are indoor conditions are within comfort range for 60% of the time in peak summer, no heat islands, average operational energy use is 50 kilowatt hour per person compared to the national average of 80, 100% rainwater harvesting, 100% sewage recycling with a biological system, and 80% of the building is built using low embodied energy materials like earth and low fire bricks. The best practices within this project are complex adaptive planning and design that is context specific to address developmental issues. Building design is climatically smart to provide both indoor and outdoor comfort zones to reduce operational energy. Water management for water security. The beneficiaries and the population impacted are the 32 dwelling units that have been implemented and occupied in Oroville. We are in the process of establishing SustainNet, a knowledge content massive online course on sustainability, settlements, and habitation that is particularly addressing the Indian context, providing an opportunity to create academic and building code content. The scaling up of ideas, processes, and tools used in Humanscapes Habitat Oroville is as a prototype for group housing in India. So, this whole project is actually an attempt to intervene in the National Building Code of India. Because India being a vast country with a diverse climatic zones, what we found over the last 20 years of working in sustainable habitat is that to address the issue of
energy, water, and building materials, we need to actually work with local climatic context. And to be able to do that, we need to actually work with codes that are on a regional basis rather than on a national basis. So, about 8 years ago, we had, with the government of India, put up a proposal where over 6 climatic zones, nodal projects could be done as applied research projects between design build to actually do data collections. The first stage was done in Oroville, which is an international city in making in Tamil Nadu next to Pondicherry. This housing project was built between 2016 and 2019, and post the project, we had done a 13-month online data collection with the inhabitants. Could I have the next slide, please? So when I talk about complex adaptive design systems, I'm talking about integrating topography, climate, local building materials and technology, including recycling of construction waste, and to see how, with using all that, which is the biosphere, the geosphere, and the hydrosphere, along with the human element, to be able to come up with a design for the habitat which is not just in within the comfort zone, but actually promotes an active cooperative society that socially allow for sharing and collaboration, which implies that by having this collaborative human society being built with the designer and the planner, we can do much more with much less. Could I have the next slide, please? So, one of the three things that emerge as best practices for us with this project, and I would like to actually also state here that this project is not a one-off. I've been working in Oroville with a whole group of people between water, energy, building material sciences, sustainable settlement planning, waste management, over the last 30 years. And this is one of the 50 odd projects that we have done. And we have several awards, both international and national, dealing with sustainable settlement planning and design and implementation. And this project, which has the Green Architecture Award in India, the Design Award for Asia, and the COP26, we got the Best Practices Award, because the three things that emerged from this design and build project was that using complex adaptive planning and design that is context specific, one can address a lot of developmental issues. Second, that the building design, when it's climatically smart, can provide for both indoor and outdoor comfort in a way that we can bring down 40 to 50% of the operational energy use. And total water management, that means between rainwater, potable water use, and sewage, to have an integrated system, you can reduce the water use per inhabitant for up to 30 to 35%, which is a huge impact for a water deficit country like India. Thank you so much. This is Suhasini from Oroville.
Ours is an eco-friendly initiative by upcycling textile waste for environmental sustainability and women empowerment. Let me bring out the ugly faces of fashion. Means to make a human pretty, actually making the earth ugly. It is the second most polluting industry in the world. Today, large fashion brand shop uses the sweat model shop where there in inhuman conditions clothes are made. As a result, over 80 billion meters of the clothes are wasted and which reaches to landfill. We are here to change that. It is one of the main source of pollution worldwide.
It produces a lots of textile waste that has a huge potential to upcycle and have an incredible benefit simply through the principle of conservations. These are actually made by women from the villages, underprivileged women, rescue home, shelter home, juvenile centers, to help them to generate the livelihood as a back society with a respectable life. Our mission is to skill train in the green business development. There is a lots of potential for the women, those who can do work in their convenient place while taking care of their childrens. So um, we are here for supporting skill training the woman in a green business by upcycling the textile waste.
More about this particular initiative and who are the beneficiaries and what has been the impact. Over to Avni ma'am on WebEx. Avni ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello, namaste. Hello. Hello, namaste everyone. I am Bhavini, founder of Banko Janko and from India, Mumbai. Fashion production contributes 10% of the global carbon emissions, pollutes water. During manufacturing process, 15% of the textile goes to the landfill. Today we are talking about lots about sustainable fashion and so many things. We believe if during the manufacturing process, whatever the textiles goes to the landfill, it can be converted into the beautiful products and that will provide the generate the livelihood for the village peoples and many more. It will helps to create the green business development. Promoting green business, green jobs, promoting green jobs through inclusive economic growth, sustainable in energy development, climate resilient development, sustainable land uses and poverty eradications program. The aim is to at a long time sustainable solution for a textile waste and recovery of upcycling. Our top priority is working on textile waste and generating livelihood. I am here. Hello. I would like to spread the word in the world. Let's support sustainability and textile upcycling. First of all, I would like to reach out to the many brands, those who are making the fashions. Let's support sustainability, utilize whatever the textile scraps it is produced during the manufacturing process. Upcycling is more greener than the recycling. So prioritize first upcycling and then recycling. So it can create a lots and lots of the jobs and saves the energy and it supports the aligns with the many SDGs goals. Other, I would like to request and reach out to the government for policy implementations. There is a no any special implement policies for the upcycling products like the GST or any certifications and so many things. So I request for policymakers to take care of all that things. Thirdly, brands or big brands they can support this upcycling things more and during in the CSR
For that presentation and explaining your work. Next, may I request
generate livelihood through sustainable and eco-friendly ventures. One of the best practices that we have been able to follow is about focusing on producing items that are consumed by the community in a daily basis. By this way, there's a consistent market for the items. We also did not launch units employing multiple women. Instead, we helped individual women entrepreneurs to launch their ventures. This gave ownership and agency to them than to the organization. We currently work with women in Kumli village of Kerala, but this model being replicable, we're currently looking to collaborate with other organizations and implementing it in different parts of the country. This project is particularly replicable in areas where women are culturally or socially not in a position to leave their homes and become employed. Here, their own homes and kitchens become their workplaces that generate income for them, and most importantly, for their children.
For explaining a bit more about her work. Over to you, ma'am.
Can I have the presentation? Namaskaram. I'm Lakshmi and I represent Manushi Foundation. So, the journey of Manushi for Earth, which is our rural incubator that supports rural women to start and also to sustain small businesses, comes from a very small statement by a mother who said that I really wish I could earn at least 1,000 rupees per month so that I could buy milk for my children. And from this particular sentence that she uttered, we really wanted to see what is it that we could do as young people with a certain educational and social capital. What is it that we could do? And Manushi for Earth is our attempt to do that. And when we do this, we make sure that we're not only generating livelihood, but we are also generating livelihood that is sustainable and eco-friendly because we do not want to burden the ecosystem further. Because we come from a rural village in Idukki district of Kerala, and we really are sensitive to the climate impacts of what we do on a daily basis. And we are not only launching or building livelihoods for women who are already running a business, but we're also providing mentorship and also skill development activities for women entrepreneurs so that if at all there is a possibility for them to make use of that skill, we're there to support them through mentorship or through technical and marketing support. Because most of the cases when we work with women from rural areas, it's very easy to start a unit and employ people. But it's almost always these initiatives die a slow death because there is no ownership. Because an organization can come in and take ownership, but when the organization steps out, there is no ownership for the community. So what we wanted to bring in is that sense of ownership for the community itself. And for this, all our initiatives are owned by the people who do it. And every product that you can see on an e-commerce platform that we build, it has a story behind it. It's a person who does that. So moving to the next slide. when we started the activities in December 2021. So we started Manushi Foundation in December 2020 when we were primarily working with women and girls around menstrual health education and providing sexual and reproductive rights awareness. But in 2021, we started working with women on the livelihood projects. And our idea was to generate income through producing items that are consumed on an everyday basis or items that can be sold by value adding such as pickles or items that are from the producers of the community itself. And by the first half of the year, we had 5 ventures that we supported, generating a revenue of over 1 lakh. And this was supported by providing a capital of only 5,000 rupees to each of these 5 members. And then by December 2022, which is 4 quarters down the lane, we could generate a total sales of over 3 lakhs. And we are supporting 12 women-led ventures where we're providing them with the required support which is not available otherwise, which is technical support of like putting these products up online or marketing support where we speak to different vendors and buyers and get their products running in the market. So the best part of what I would like to share here is that this is a very replicable model which can be implemented in any community across the country, and it leads to a certain sustainability within the communities itself. So, moving to the last slide, I guess what we have been able to create is an economic independence to rural women while providing a decent work environment, because it's not always that we're asking someone to come to a place and work, but we're helping them to create a livelihood within their own houses where they can work in the time that they find comfortable. And these are businesses which are eco-friendly from the point of view that they are not involved with making any chemicals or any kind of items that affect the environment in the long run. So, and the best part of these ventures is that the capital involved is very small. So anyone can start this and they can get it up and running in a way that is sustainable for their community as well. And over the last 1 year, we have had over 106 women attending the training workshops where they learned livelihood crafts or making handmade soaps and items that can become small businesses in the long term. And around 7 livelihood initiatives are being incubated right now. And the last slide is where you can see how the different projects that we have are available. So
leading this project called Positive Style, which is a part of this recycling art enterprise called Dissolve Trash to Cash. Recycling paper or plastics or any other waste, but it's about creating an art, a culture through recycling waste and involving lot many women artisans, women entrepreneurs into this homemade train.
আমি নতুন তো আমি নতুন ভর্তি হয়েছি রেখাদের কাছ দিয়ে মাদের কাছ দিয়ে এদের কাছ দিয়ে আমি শিখেছি ওরা শিখিয়ে দিয়েছে আমাকে
আপনি কতদিন ধরে আছেন
আমি 3 বছর হলো আছি আমি 8 বছর হচ্ছে 8 বছর
আগে বাড়িতেই থাকতাম
কোনো কাজ করতেন না
না
এখানেই প্রথম ঘটনা।
কোভিড গেল আর কি চারদিকে, সেই সময় আপনাদের কি অবস্থা ছিল?
সেই সময় তো মনে একটা আতঙ্ক ছিল, আতঙ্ক সবারই ছিল, আমার বললে না, পুরো ভারতেই আতঙ্ক ছিল। তাও আমাদের সেফের এইখান থেকে সুবিধাই ছিল যে বাড়ি বসে কাজ করলাম, মাইনেটা সবই পেলাম বাড়ি বসে, এরকম সুবিধা অনেকের পাইনি।
This COVID pandemic, when we were facing a lot of setback, when this enterprise was almost in the verge of closure, but now that we could, with the support we have overcome.
Very good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can I start my presentation? Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I see the slide? Can you present the slide, please? Well, yes, this is Resolve Trash to Cash, a project, a brand that we promote here that is positive style. Positive in the sense that it is a complete uh, a recycling initiative that is based on a cyclic design. And everything is positive about it because when we manufacture those products from waste, and when we use those products from the journey to trash to cash, everything about this, the processes and the manufacturing of it, everything, it creates a lot of positivity. So, under the enterprise of Resolve Trash to Cash, which is an urban climate initiative of South Asian Forum for Environment, we have titled it as Positive Style. Well, this is a complete, like I said, cyclic design for sustaining the circular economic intervention. Yes, we can say that will a eco recycled product will save the planet. Well, yes, but Resolve Trash to Cash is an example of relativity, an easy action that every company, every government, every organization can take it as a replicable model, and at a hyper local level, we can recycle tons and tons of waste, preventing those from reaching the landfill and our seas and oceans. Well, this
cash to cash micro enterprise now. SAFE has been a catalytic support to this as a civil society organization. And this is almost a 1 decade old initiative that is engaging margin mainly women who are now that who were impacted by COVID pandemic and are facing livelihood insecurity for basic and advanced level capacity building, completely focused on in the art of recycling. So just by art of recycling, it cannot mean that we are collecting waste and just recycling them to manufacture eco-friendly products, but it's also about the waste services that we provide to the government level organizations, to the embassies, to the banks, to the offices, to the corporate offices, that we do the waste audit, we do the we generate waste certificates, and we also raise alarm when there is a mix of all kinds of waste or there is rise or increase of waste. So by recycling also we mean that reducing waste and yes, definitely recycling is our main focus. So can we go to the next slide, please?
Amritaji, Amritaji, and when we have some function right after that, so I have to interrupt you with that. I'm really, really sorry for that. My apologies, ma'am. Thank you. Please, one round of applause for this all practical. Next, we have presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind understanding. Next, we have presentation from Industry Foundation. May I request Nehaji and Anindataji to kindly make the presentation. ABD, please play the videos.
We build producer collectives that are owned by the women to enable India's millions of artisans to be able to build sustainable livelihoods for themselves. So over the years, Industry Foundation has trained more than 200,000 producers across huge bundle of skills in the creative manufacturing space. We have a very strong focus on gender, sustainable production and consumption, and also climate change. We are sitting on a massive opportunity where our millions of producers could really help enable India to become a sustainable production hub for the world.
Hi, good evening. I'm Neha Menave. I look into communications at Industry Foundation. With me, we have Ayam Datta, who looks into business operations. Thank you, and we are delighted to be a part of the second conclave. So I'll be super quick. Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah, before talking about Industry Foundation, I'll tell you the industry's word is being derived from tree of life. A life, which gives employment, empowerment to, different women communities. So we have products, banana, bamboo, sal, apparel. We also work in apparel, embroidery. And next, this is a timeline. We started as a private
organization in 1994, and in 2000 we had a foundation arm built in. Since after that, we have different verticals that industry has represented. So if you talk about what industry does is we support women collectives. It's similar to an self-help group models, and we support them with work closer to their homes, in a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, so that they don't have to travel quite far from their homes. And the products they work on is sustainable, right from the farm to the farm to the lifestyle. That's on banana products. We work on the bark, from the bark. Sal is, from the leaves, and bamboo is the bamboo culm which we work on. Yeah, next. Yeah. Our idea, industry narrative, is focused on three core areas: ECG, equity, climate, and gender. Equity, we give ownership and agency to these women. Climate is we work on climate positive supply value chains, that's banana, bamboo, sal. And gender, we keep women at the core of our work. We engage them, we empower them. All that in the intersectionality of ECG drives the economic resilience for women. So why do we have to focus on economic resilience? Because our theory of change says that economic resilience is a springboard for social empowerment. When women earn, they have a potential to save on their children, on their nutrition, and also for the family. So yeah, next. Yeah, this is our tree effect, and where since I've reiterated that women are the focus of our work, and we make them leaders in decision making, and they are the micro enterprise leaders at the workplace and also at home. Next. Yeah, this is a 6C framework model which we work on. You have the connect, you have the create, you have the construct, capacity, channel, capital, and the connect. So these C's are critical in our ecosystem framework. Okay, even if a single C is missing, the entire system collapses. And we do not work on single C's. We work to an integrated ecosystem model, carrying every C wherever we go. Yeah, next. And this is the impact which we have created till date, and we have a cumulative impact of 5 lakh till date, the direct and the indirect beneficiaries. And our mission now is to scale more states and more people and improve the livelihoods of women and the related communities. So, I am.
No, basically we are present in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Odisha, and Maharashtra. Visit us, you can see how we are working and at what scale we are working. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Lastly, I conclude with our brand essence, that is with women for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Nehaji and Ayurveda-ji. And the last presentation of the day is going to be from Protect Our Planet Movement. I request Disha Pathak-ji and Kamal Mittal to please take the stage. Video.
Thank you so much.
The International Conference and Pop Festival for Youth-led Climate Action is a youth-led and youth-centered platform focused on climate action to share, learn, and empower each other on innovation and knowledge. It convenes the international youth community to showcase, promote, and celebrate their wide range of sustainability initiatives. The aim is to advocate for youth-led climate action in regions across the globe, to amplify the voices of youth, communities, and stakeholders, to promote cross-sectoral, cross-country, cross-regional, and intergenerational exchange, learning, and collaboration, and to celebrate with art and enthusiasm the showcasing of climate action and coming together as a global community to to lead change for a safe and sustainable future. With the POP Festival, we encourage youth to take action in their communities, reduce carbon footprint, and work towards positive environmental impact through their leadership. We engage all leading sectors, players, and multiple generations in collective action to tackle climate change and connect them with youth. We highlight and showcase solutions to unique environmental changes across geographies and communities and support cross sharing and collectivization through the amplification of voices. We have reached over 2 million youth and communities, including minorities, indigenous, tribal communities, and stakeholders via a range of channels embraced by the festival.
And with me is Komal Mittal. We are from the POP movement, which stands for Protect Our Planet Movement. I'll be very quick in my presentation, but this is not the one that's supposed to be played. Can you show the PDF? So I won't take, I won't wait for the presentation. I will just start with introducing you to the Protect Our Planet movement. We have been selected to protect 2 projects, but we have been working on multiple projects. So the 2 practices that we are presenting today are the POP Festival, which you just saw, the festival, the annual flagship event that we do every year. And then the other one is the other POP initiatives, which are geography representatives of our work. Now, we are spread in over 127 countries, reached over 2.3 million youth, and we have conducted over 1,000 plus capacity building and awareness building workshops or sessions with the young people. So this organization was started by late Dr. R.T. Pachori, former IPCC chairman and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, and his son, Dr. Rash Pachori, the senior mentor, who is currently leading the organization. Can we go on the slides, please? There is a PDF. Okay. Can you go back? Yeah. We'll first start with the POP initiatives presentation.
Hi everyone. So I would like to start by saying that sitting here and sitting at our offices or our premises, we cannot solve the issues which the communities are facing in their own countries. So with that, POP movement brought up the new initiative which is called as POP Initiative, which is the country-based initiative. In this initiative, young people from all over the world, they find the gap in their own region, in their own areas, and through the process of ideation and implementation, they work on their own projects. And with the support of POP movement, through the regular mentorship and the support of small grants, we provide the platform to them so that they can actually implement their work, they can actually implement their project on the field. So currently we have about 10 initiatives which are led by young people in their own regions from Nigeria, Germany, Venezuela, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Cameroon and Haiti. Along with that, we are coming up with 2 more initiatives, which is Ivory Coast, and we are planning to have another initiative in Latin America. So can we go on to the themes? So currently these initiatives are based on climate education, tree plantation, climate advocacy, capacity building, gender inclusiveness and net zero. We have about 5 projects, 5 initiatives which are running on the tree plantation, and not only this, the young people who are associated with us, they have the ownership of their own projects. POP is not honoring their project, POP is just supporting them, providing them the mentorship so that they can lead their own projects in the field. Also, I would like to mention that one of the projects POP Nigeria has received the Best Climate Initiative project led by a young climate activist, Samuel Okori. He has received the prize for the Best Climate Education Project at POP 27, where he presented his project. And he has also received 10 other awards. Also, we have POP Venezuela, which has received the awards as well.
Now, I would like to mention that this is not the only thing that we have not defined any age group with our work. We have leaders from the age of 6 till the age of 30 who are working on climate education and climate advocacy, and we are following what Dr. Adi used to say, that we have to build this world a better place, a better and a sustainable place, so that we can live together and we can have a sustainable life together. And for that, we all need to come together, join our hands, and work together for it. So with that, I'll give the stage to Drisha, and she'll cover the pop festival. So this was supposed to come in the first slide, but I would like to cover it now. So as I mentioned, that we are spread in over 127 countries, and we are registered in United States, but we have regional offices in India as well as Mexico. That's why we have so much presence in different parts of the world, and we are working with different young people on different initiatives and are able to provide them mentorship, awareness, capacity building, awareness and knowledge sharing platforms, as well as advocacy platforms. Now, the objective of the POP movement is to address the urgent need to share the knowledge with the young people so that they can bring out the solutions that are needed very much for the community as well as for the government. So that is the role that the POP movement plays. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that we will be presenting the two projects, the two best practices out of many. Can we go on to the next slide? So this is about the pop festival, where you can see on the right what all it includes, as you saw in the video as well. So it leaves no one behind, every age group, everybody who has a way to communicate about how they can take climate action or how they can advocate about climate action are very much invited to be part of the festival. The objective of the festival is usually to amplify voices, showcase and promote projects and research projects, to foster and strengthen the partnership among various stakeholders who come and participate during the festival, demonstrate indigenous knowledge and their wisdom, because that is very, very important, and celebrate the roles of sports, music, and art and culture to the global movement. Can you go on to the next slide? Thank you. So, who are our stakeholders? Here is a list, but there are many more. We have youth as a major participant, but we invite universities and institutes. We do these festivals in different regions, in different countries, in partnership with businesses, with universities, with government as well, with policymakers and local communities and NGOs. We try to share the best practices that they are doing within their settings, because they are very community specific. Can we go on to the next slide? So these are the 6 festivals that have already taken place. You can see the amount of people who have joined and the kind of impact that we have created so far. The organization started in 2016, and the festival series started from 2019 onwards, and since then we have conducted over 6 festivals. And we have covered the geographies like Latin America, which includes Mexico and other countries of Latin America. Then we have had a fest in United States of America, in Africa, where almost 34 countries participated, which in a hybrid mode, where 108 climate action activities were conducted in a span of 30 days by the youth, as well as CSOs and civil organizations that were located in those 34 countries, and then the other 2 online events where we had global leaders. Can you go on to the next slide? Yeah, so I just want to invite everybody to the India festival that we will be conducting in 2024 in the month of February in Delhi, from 5th to 6th of February, where you will see all these elements and all these stakeholders coming together in partnership with some very, very important stakeholders. And before that, we are scheduling a festival in Latin America this year in the month of May, as well as in COP28 in UAE. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee and Paulita for the presentation. I think one big round of applause for all organizations who presented here and online. I just got a message from a very, very respected to kindly guide them regarding the next session.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Government of Sikkim, I am happy to invite you to a cultural evening followed by dinner, which is being hosted by the Honorable Minister for Land Revenue and Disaster Management Department. The venue is Hotel Kashi Tilak, which can be reached in 10 minutes from here. You have to walk down from the main gate towards Zinjima, then follow the promenade for about 50 meters. The hotel is located on the left side. I'll have to repeat. The hotel is located at Tashi Delay. So it's around 10 minutes from here. So what you need to do is you have to walk down from the main gate towards Enchima. Once you reach the promenade, it's about 50 meters towards the left side of the promenade. There are a few umbrellas that